as usual. I mean, there is no set time to do this. I just do it. All right, let's see what I can do. Edit this. Yeah, the Hangout's fine. Edit this on YouTube. Might be able to finish this. I always say that. No music, just the painful silence of what bounces around in my mind. But yeah, I probably should. We upload a thumbnail. Where did I save that? Looks like a good one. Really putting it on a playlist now. Why doesn't this thing have tags? Oh, there was a. I know there was a. I can probably steal some tags. I don't remember where I put it. A tag bank. Yeah, I need to shave. Where did I put that tag bank? 8 to 10 p.m. Oh yeah, I guess I really should have started at 8. Dang. No, I can't. I really can't do it at 8. Nah. Nah, I just got up, got out of bed. Get up and get. What's crazy? I feel like I've been having more dreams about school lately. And the weirdest thing about that is it's not really about school. It's about the feeling of being around people who are familiar every day.
Las Vegas today is an
Stop,
absolute.
stop. I'm not listening to that. That's for the off. That's for the off hours. Trying to find. Well, I guess I can look at my previous playlist, my previous live streams, steal those tags. I thought I had a bank of it. Here we go. Here it is. But I can't. Oh, yeah. I guess I can't copy it all. Paste it all. It's going to be here. Save. But yeah. Oh shoot. Here we go. Changes saved. Awesome. Like the dreams that I have about school as of late, they mirror more of how I imagine Purgatory Academy going would go. It's not really the monotony of the day to day school life. It's more of being around people who are familiar and interacting. That's what I guess that's what the funny thing that my dreams are about. Just talking to people. My dreams aren't fantastical anymore. I dream. My dream is to talk, is to be around people and not have the worries of adult life or the burdens of of living in a failed society. Angel Lewis, what's going on, Angel? I have no clue what. Uh, I had no clue you were back producing comics. Honestly, I kind of woke up one day and I felt like, yeah, I'm gonna finish this. I'm gonna go back to doing it. Your connection, I hate. Oh my gosh, what are you talking about? Let me hear. Let me hear. I do the playback. Connection is lagging. Let me hear playback. Let me hear playback. Testing. Let me hear playback. Testing. Let me hear playback. Oh, okay. So it's not the audio. It's what's going on? I put the everything should the upload speed should be all right. I limited to 25K like usual. The audio sounds good. It's better now. Okay, I guess it's just on one side. Yeah, I just honestly just woke up one day and felt like I want to finish things again. I want to finish something that I like because I've been working on commissions that I'm not really that passionate about. And after looking at some of the stuff that I was working on, I had this one feeling. I had this feeling of I miss working on something that is unequivocally unequivocally me, right? I miss working on something that had I created from the ground up, from the concept to the thumbnails and how I express my ideas from like written word to to illustration down to the graphic design of placing the elements on the page and how it reads and come up with a final page that is 100% my effort of making it as enjoyable and aesthetically pleasing as possible without the patronage of somebody somebody else's desire, you know? I think I started producing the comics again because I just wanted to have that feeling of creating something that I like again. And I'm going at it at a different angle. And that angle being, oh my gosh, what layer is this? What is going on? Yeah, and that angle being, okay, everything's wrong, everything's wrong. That's why it's going. Yeah, and that angle being, I'm just going to listen. I'm going to not have anything in the background, right? This is more of a trial of patience because I have been running ads for the comic, and I've been practicing copywriting, not like the C logo, not the copyright logo, but the actual language of selling online. And selling in person's easy, but selling online is completely different. And I had to learn that selling online, you have to speak a completely different language uh, to get people to do what you want them to do. You can't just speak from the heart and then people will buy it. You have to speak in a specific language that is filled with intentions and ulterior motives. And I'm learning that right now. Think of it like, in the best way I can explain it, think of it like YouTube videos where you speak in headlines, where you speak with the title and the thumbnail to get people to click on it, and after you deliver the video, you have a call to action of liking and commenting or subscribing or following a link or binge watching their content, such like that. Like all of that is within the language of copywriting, of getting people invested into doing what you want them to do. And I just been learning that process right now. and what I'm doing on the side. The before the what I was doing before, the ads were the main thing that I was focusing on. I would just set up a what do they call it? I would set up uh, a heat map on my website, and I would just like study what are people looking at, what are they scrolling past, what calls to actions are they replying to or not replying to, but what calls to actions are they responding to, and I had to take a step back from doing that. I'm still doing it, right? But I had to take a step back from it and realize if I'm waiting on my hands, I just get antsy waiting for results. So going back to doing this, it's an interesting thing that I discovered where when I'm working on something like this, I'm making time pass by faster than doing nothing than sitting on my hands. And plus, I do have like some commissions that I gotta work on. However, this is just way better for me. This is like I wake up and I look forward to working on something like this again because it's something that I like doing, right? Plus the ads cost money, which hey, see neither here or there. Um, but right now I'm giving away my the archives of my comic for free, right? Just so I can build up a profile of what kinds of people are download which series, and I can use that profile to expand upon that information and look for more people with like interests and grow from there because I know that I have products that people like, right? I have stories that people like. I just want to find my issue is finding well my issue is finding out people is not finding people, but my issue is finding more people so I can expand, so I can grow. The goal isn't a reoccurring fan base. My goal is to reach more people. A small goal is my first goal is to make $175 every 15 days. That's what I want to do. $175 every 15 days. Copywriting's tough for entertainment producers because it's not really a commodity. It's not really a service. So, what the pain points, etc., etc. So it's tough, I think. Uh, yeah. Well, here's a weird thing. Because I think I'm taking a lot of notes from people who sell courses, right? And yeah, courses are it is a service, but I remember when I tried selling courses, I came across a phenomenon which people would call you're making a key without finding keyholes. So you make a solution without finding out what the problem is or people who have that problem. So what people with courses what they do is that they just do free consulting to find out what problems are, and then they make a course surrounding that problems. Entertainment is literally that. Entertainment is I have a problem. I have a solution. Now I'm trying to find people who have that problem, right? So so with my landing page and my ads, I'm A B testing different ways, different approaches of how can I maximize the copywriting, how can I maximize the speech of getting people to give me their emails for a solution to a problem that they didn't know that they have, right? A lot of it is a lot of psychology. So a lot of things that I'm trying to do is very psychology based. Is how it's a lot of. So I'm learning a lot through marketing and psychology for some a little bit of psychology, a little bit Freudian, a little bit X a little bit Y, where it's I'm trying to figure out what psychological angle can I position myself or position the comics in that will get people to feel like they need to read this story. And it's getting into a place where I don't think anybody in my field of like writing comics or selling stories or selling entertainment, it's not a place that they even think about, because when people make stories, they don't really think about the psychology. They think about I have this cool idea that I want to do, and I hope people will give me money for it. When the harsh reality is that nobody wants to care, because everybody has their own ideas, everybody has their own dreams, everybody has their own stories, but nobody ever asks like, what is that story really about, right? Like, why do people need to read that story? And it's language that an artist is never asked. Like, it's questions that artists never ask, right? Or never are asked, or they aren't like comfortable asking themselves to think about their stories as a product, and what uh, uh what does that product can deliver to that person. How does that product make that person's life better? And I was watching a documentary. I watched an hour of it. It was like a 4 hour documentary that was talking about how marketing used to be like around the World War II era. And it was the guy who marketed cigarettes to women. And the guy had I keep forgetting his name, but he was the nephew of Sigmund Freud. And the nephew was had the idea that like the cigarette was symbolic of the penis, and every woman they want a penis, and they, as a way of saying women want masculine desire, want to appear masculine, right? And like that's literally what he said. That's literally what he said. So in order to expand the cigarette market at that time, because cigarettes were exclusively for men. So at a an Easter parade, he had this idea of getting like a group of wealthy women to light up cigarettes in the middle of a march, and token the cigarette as a torch of freedom during a freedom march, an Easter freedom march, right? So I'm saying all of that to wrap around how can I connect these stories, connect entertainment with psychology of how can I get people to feel like they need this story, right? How can I get how can I tie this story with a base human desire that people cannot live without, or I have an answer to the base human a basic understanding of the human condition that people cannot live without. You know what I mean? So the whole ads just went from I want my so like it's really interesting to see how the approach of running ads on Pinterest, how that evolved from how do I get money to how do I get money to get people, how can I transfer these comics into dollar signs, to how can I sell any story that I want, essentially. It would help a lot. It would help 10, and the fact that it would help 10 times if I had an established audience, because if I had an established audience, and this wouldn't I wouldn't even be thinking about this, right? Like, this is something that I can't even do. It's something I wouldn't even have to worry about. It's something I wouldn't even think about doing, because if I had an established audience, I would have people who were already lined up to buy whatever I have. But since I have Since I'm basically a nobody. I've been a nobody on the internet for the like over 8 years, over a decade, right? Um, I'm at a different position where I will be. I'm at ground zero, selling a product that does not make money, and now I'm figuring out how can I make this labor that people find aesthetically pleasing, and not only that, I know it can sell because everybody who reads these comics they love it. So I'm thinking, okay, there is hope for that. The fact I wouldn't even be doing this if everybody that I showed these comics to, they said that it was great, right? So I'm thinking, how can I do that? How can I sell this in a how can I find the language to sell this to people and make that in which language, which perspective can I angle that will work best for somebody like me who people don't even know who I am, don't even know what these comics are or the message of these comics are. How can I deliver that, right? So that's my huge experiment. I like for the past half like I've been doing this for like half a year right now, and it feels like I'm a science. It's more like a science. I feel like a scientist because I'm just testing everything out, and it's more of a science than insanity because I think about I make changes. I think about what isn't working, why might it not work, what other angle can I go. So it's a lot like is does this work, no, does this work, how about this, no, how about this, no, how about this. And the fact that and I think what makes that different from insanity is I keep asking how about this, which implies that maybe if I do something differently I'll get a different result. But I feel like if I was insane I would ask are you sure instead of how about this. You know what I mean? So it's a very interesting thing to it's a very interesting project. Let me go back. That's awesome. And the goal of 350 a month or whatever is a good goal. That cigarette analogy makes sense. Yeah, offering the answer to a human desire through narrative. Oh, for 1 second I thought you were going to say you were Zion. what what in that conversation? What in that conversation implies that I were actually no, actually I can get what you're going for, what you're coming from because cuz like Sigmund Freud, Jewish, a lot of people who are behind marketing who are behind marketing that formed America into a more of a capitalist materialist culture, Jewish also so like yeah, it's like I think like one of the best books about propaganda, guy that was Jewish. Uh, so you're not. So like, I guess that's how it is. Scientist misunderstanding. Scientist misunderstanding. Okay, not even so deep. Offering yeah. Offering the answer to a human desire through narrative. Yeah. Oh, for one. Okay, yeah. What do you mean scientist misunderstanding? Not even so deep. What are you responding to? But yeah, that's what I've been doing for a while, and I kind of like the more that I do this, the more I realize that nobody else can do this because everybody else who anybody who would be in my position, they would quit already. They wouldn't be this far in. Like that's one thing that I have to understand. I always have to put in perspective. Literally nobody else would do this. So I have to. So I'm not saying I have to be the one because I don't have to do anything. But it is a good thing that I'm doing this. I heard Zionist when you said science. Oh, okay. I heard Zionist when you said scientist. Oh, okay, I feel like a scientist. I feel like a Zionist. I feel like a Zionist. Real. But there's a lot of science. A lot of science. A lot of observations that I have to make. And I should. And I don't know when this is going to work out. And I don't think there's a set timeline. It's more of I'll make it when I do. And I think the most mistakes that I make is I get one email and then I try to find a way to maximize it. Is that a whip? No, it's a hose. It's a yeah, no, it's a hose. Like they're on the side of the house. They're at the side of their house, and the father is basically hosing down his kids because they smell bad. So it's like uh what's the email offer? Oh, the email offer. You get the entire archives of the comic, or like archives of the comics that I have so far. The archive. If you sign up for Chimera Island, you get everything that I have Chimera Island so far. Purgatory Academy, books one, two, and three. Books two, and three. And metal. Yeah, and well, Chimera Island chapter 0 and 1. Purgatory Academy books one, two, three. Let's Go Metal Hero Volume 1. Just a Reaper Volume 1. Not only that, with Purgatory Academy, Metal Hero, and Chimera Island, you get updates. You get email updates on the what's next of the email updates of the next chapter. And there is an extra offer within the email within the PDFs of if you leave a comment, you get the bonus content. And the bonus content includes author's commentary. So I provide commentary of uh, every book and every chapter of let me finish my thought. I provide commentary of every book and every chapter. You get thumbnails. This is like a relatively new thing, like because every book I have thumbnails. These things, right? I provide thumbnails, and I provide the thumbnails over here. Da 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 da. I scanned all of these in, put them in the extra bonus content, and you get early character designs. So what's the price point of the for the archives right now? I'm building up, like I said earlier in the stream. I'm building up a profile. So I'm giving it out for free. The first 100 downloads of my web on my website, I'm giving out for free, right? Because I'm trying to build a character profile of who likes this series, and from that, I'm going to increase the price. So like after I get like the first 100 emails, I'm gonna bump it up to like $1, and after that, $2, $3, and I think for Purgatory Academy, the cap is going to be based on how many. The cap of what I'm going to make the archives are going to be the amount of pages uh, times 0.8, right? The amount of finished pages times 0.8. And that's a little bit of math, right? So let's say Chimera Island has 70 pages. Times that by 0.8. Wait, no, 0.08. That's what I mean. 0.08. So it'll be 70 times 0.08, like 8 cents. So it'll be like 6.5. 5.6, I mean. That's a wise move, the character profile. It's I that's a while. You know what's crazy? The way that I think, I don't think I can ever do character profiles. Right? I don't think I can ever do like this is what this character likes. This is what they don't like. This is what they're da 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 da. I don't think I can ever do that because I don't write my characters as real people. I don't believe my characters are real people. I write my characters as they are ideas personified. And like if you think a character would do X, Y, and Z, then that means you understand what that idea would be personified. No, I mean okay, the free archives. Oh, right. You're talking You're talking in character profile as in marketing terms, not the character profile as the as a story term. Right? Yeah, I'm building character profile. That's what I'm doing. Allegorical narrative. Yeah, the free archives. Yeah, so I'm building character profiles within each story, and from those each story, I can build a like Meta has this, Pinterest has this. Meta, I know Meta and Pinterest have it. So when you have like 50 to 100 emails, right, you can create uh, uh, a like audience from those emails, right, and from that it'll have a bank of the algorithm will find a bank of 100 to a million to 2 million a million to the 5 million people that the algorithm thinks has a similar buying behavior, and it'll deliver it to that like active like audience. It'll look like audience feature. Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm basically doing. So the 100 is finding the lookalike audience, and from that, and like after I do the 100, hmm, yeah, yeah. After I do that, it's good. I think what I probably should do is, well, mm, I think nah. I'm gonna keep it. I'm gonna keep it with what I have already because I need at least 100 emails, and every profile of every series is probably gonna be different. But that's my thought. So what I'm going to do at first, it's probably not going to be a good idea. This is my idea. This is my plan. It's probably not going to be a good idea. My first Actalike audience is going to be Studio Masonimus in general. So I'm going to get all of those 100 emails together and say and give it to Pinterest and say like these are people who buy from my website, and then I'll have try to get like 50, like I don't know what's the minimum amounts of emails for an act like audience for Pinterest. Pinterest is the only thing that's working for me right now. Like Meta just crapped out. I don't know. I don't think I can use Meta anymore. It just crapped out. I don't know what's going on. But I'm gonna stick to Pinterest, and I like Pinterest because I get a lot of cheap clicks from there, like really cheap clicks, for basically nothing, right? And I can't really do that with Meta. So what I'm trying to do right now is have 100 of those emails, then say give it to Pinterest and say like here's 100 people who buy it. Can you find a million more or 5 million more people with it? And with that, it being delivered to like that 100 or million people, I'm going to build a like audience from those individual series, right? To hone in the uh, profitability, the maximizing, being able to scale the discovery of those series. That's encouraging because I believe there's a way, because there is always an upfront sacrifice to our on our end, such as you've mentioned, in an order to lay a foundation to build on. upfront sacrifice on our end, such as what you've mentioned, in order to lay a foundation to build on. Can you type that again? I don't think I've always had the worst reading comprehension. I'm sorry. I know it's ironic. I'm a writer, like, but I have the worst reading comprehension. That's encouraging because I believe there's always uh, an upfront sacrifice on our end, such as you've mentioned, in order to lay a foundation to build on, such as the 100 feet giveaways. I'm at work typing fast. Okay, okay, I get you. I understand. Yeah, and I'm gonna be real with you. I really didn't want to do the 100 email giveaways. I didn't want to do it. I was crashing out at the idea of just giving away all that I worked on for free because I want to get money now. I want it now. And like I said, I've been doing this for like 6 months. I've been throwing $100 a day at this, 100 not $100 a day, $100 a month at this for like 6 months, and I don't even have a job. I don't have a stable income. I'm just doing this off of like the nest egg that I created for myself like years ago, and I'm just sacrificing that for scalability, right? I'm sacrificing the investments that I made that I kind of don't believe in anymore into a scale. I'm investing that into myself, into this comic project, so I can scale it for myself. And I really hate to sound cliche because because for the longest time, if I feel like I can do this, then what I want to do is spread that information to tell people, yeah, you can. This is what worked for me, and there's nothing special about me because I come from a nothing, in the sense of the entertainment world. The only thing I have going for me is that I make a good stuff. I make a good comics. I'm a good writer. I'm a good illustrator. But that doesn't mean anything to the average person. The average person only cares if they have a name tied to them, like Netflix or Amazon or Netflix or Amazon or Marvel or DC. That's the average person. I'm trying to sell to that average person, so I have to come at it at a different angle. I have to come at it through a very base fundamental understanding of marketing and human psychology in order to make this work. The time and effort you've already put into comics just to put the time and effort you've already put in comics just to put more in the customer's profile and ads is what proves your drive, and etc. is real. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Because like I'm a very passionate storyteller, right? And I'm not like I'm a very passionate storyteller. And here's something that's like is kind of so, something very blasphemous for me to say within like the comic space. Me personally, I really don't care about comics that much. Like if I show you like what's on here, what's in my desk right now, I have this like things that always talk that things that pertain to storyboarding, things that can pertain to movies, things like the Rango storyboards, this movie storyboards, like documentation of Hayao Miyazaki and Studio Ghibli, and I have other stuff, right? Things that pertain to film and animation. Like comics is just a thing for me to get into because I can relay my illustration and my love of narrative, like story of visual driven narratives, in a very scaled down way. If I can do it by myself, I can. you know, I've learned from like I think years ago, I when I was an animator, I I thought that you can't do anything unless you have an animation team behind you, like as an independent animator, because like during the Newgrounds era, that's what everybody had. Everybody had like a group that they were with, right? And I remember when I had my own animation group, nobody was really serious about literally anything. And I remember somebody from that group, they said like, Mason, you're just good. You don't need anybody to do anything for you because you can literally do it yourself. You have the most, like, basically saying that I had the most drive out of everybody, and I was like, oh wow, that's real. And it kind of drives, and it kind of carried over. And I mean, now that guy hates my guts, but it kind of carried over. Those words carried over to from the animation niche, the animation area or group that I was in, to comics, because that whole vibe just transferred over. Because people, because I when I notice about the whole independent comic scene, everybody's is more or less in two camps. They are either egotistical, or they are not even or they're not serious. They're too egotistical to listen to anybody else's advice, or they are just not serious and they just want to do it for fun. And they're not really interested in listen. Yeah, they're not interested in listening to like anybody else's advice, or uh just anything in general, or like if it's not coming from their heroes, they're not interested in hearing it. So that's why I can't really find myself in any comic space. I mean, there are a few. Shout out to Under God. I like that comic. I like the creator Ralph. I goes by 7th October. He's like the only one that I really like in the space. And I haven't talked to him in a while, but I like him. I'm just drawing the silhouette of a tree. Same. I'm far more into the storytelling than drawing myself, but comics is a very low entry. It's a very low entry point. I know novels are there as well, but I did grow up reading them. So comics is it so comics it is, I guess. Yeah. Yeah. Like I'm telling you 110 20,000%. Like if I had a an earlier break, if I had somebody telling me, "Yo, you're good. Come work on our studio at Marvel or DC or Cartoon Network. Oh, we need to fly you out here so you can be a showrunner or be on this team or whatever." I'd be like, I wouldn't even be here. Like I'd probably be like very similar to Dwayne McDuffie at that point, right? Like I wouldn't even be focused on making my own comics. I'll be focused on writing like the next Justice League. You know what I mean? The next Justice. I'd be more focused on writing the next Justice League than like whatever's going on in comics. But it's because I've been ignored, and the state of the entertainment industry is a sinking ship. I have to do this. True. Yeah. Hey, welcome to the chat, Labai. True. I tried to be kind to everyone, and then I find out that everyone hates each other. You know what's so funny? The entertainment industry is exactly like that. When you listen to enough interviews about how movies are made, you realize that everything is run on a mutual hatred of, like, everything is run off of the mutual hatred of each other. Like every department is just hates each other, but not enough that they can't get something done. That's what separates like indie comics and like the big budget music, the big budget industries like music or TV or film, right? With film, they have the capital, they have the connections, they have the will to get something done for a greater project, right? But with indie comics, nobody, like everybody's arguing and there's no money on the table. Like everyone's arguing over scraps, and it's so pathetic to look at. It's really funny. It's like because it mirrors how I used to go at it with my writing partner and friend Matt, where we would in our early years in partnership we would just argue about what direction we're going to take the comic. Are we going to sell it to publishers, or we're gonna do no gods no masters with it and just stay independent? And I told him no, we can't really go with publishers because publishers like to go if we're going to go with a publisher, that's not going to be a guarantee that they're going to push it. There's so many levels to it, right? Because on level A, you're not going like they don't have to accept us, and if if a Corey Kenshin comic ever is any indication, or like a lot of indication, like they're only going to pick you up if you have motion. They're not going out trying to find talent anymore. And like that, the only time that they did that was probably in the '90s and early 2000s when they were trying to find talent. Where any independent publishing company were actually going out of their way to find talent. Those days are over. The day that we now live in an era of nepotism. It's all about who you know. It's always been like that, but now since everything's a sinking ship, it's really like that. It is really like that in every asset of careers, right? So I told him, yeah, we can't really go to any publishing studio because they're not gonna want to accept us because like we don't really fit a mold of what they're trying to do. B, if we do get in, if they do accept us, that's not even a guarantee that they're even going to, I don't know, promote it. The thing where the lifeblood of selling a product is the promotion. How are people going to buy it if they don't even know what it is? Like, yeah, they signed it, but they're not going to put money behind it. And if they do put money behind it, it's more like we have a business credit card with them where they give us a budget to create the comic, and we don't get any money, we don't get any revenue unless that comic, that product makes its money back, and that's when we get revenue. And if we're smart about it, if that's the route we want to take, then don't expect that we're going to make money off of it either. Just expect like the play to do something. Like if we're going to do that, the most reasonable play to keep getting money is constantly getting on their good side and constantly making pitches, so they'll keep making money. So we'll keep making money, not money that comes from us, but money that comes from. Sorry, I'm conditioned to look at this. Okay, yeah, yeah, yeah. Awesome. Not money that comes from us, not money that we create through selling. It's money that comes from the company. It's their money, not ours. Not money that we earn, but it's money that they gave us, right? And that money isn't like isn't passive. It comes directly from them, and we glide next and we glide from project to project like it's a Kickstarter. It's funny. I'm loving this conversation right now. Dude, I've been like this has been my life for like years, nearly a decade. I've been racking, I've been racking my brain. Thank you. No, this has been my life for nearly like a decade, and it's right now that I'm able to speak. Let's speak about it. I've early on I've just been too shy. Early on I wanted to have a mentor figure, and it wasn't until I realized yeah, no one knows what they're doing at all that I just realized yeah, nah, sorry, there are no mentor figures. You get it how you live it. It's literally get it how you live. And there's no real mentor when it comes to that. Man, my hairline is so messed up. Like my hairline is so messed up. I just woke up. Like I can like get a comb and it'll look a little bit more shapen, but I'm like, this is gross. This is gross. Whatever. Whatever, dog. Trying to figure out how to make indie profitable. I have my theories. What are your theories? There really are no wrong answers, honestly. Profitable, like here's the thing. Profitable just means making more money than what you spend. Making more money that you spend. There are several ways to do it. Uh, like Kickstarter is profitable and it's mostly proven, but the thing that sucks about it is you can't make money while you sleep while kickstarting. But no one to talk to. Oh yeah, that's just how it is. You could say your idea. You can like bounce out your ideas off me because everybody has ideas. And I think honestly, that's kind of that's how the revolution start. I remember it was you can. I remember hearing years ago that you can tell what at the Boston Tea Party, you can tell like who followed what school of thought based on what coffee shops they frequented because coffee was pretty much the fuel of coffee was the drink that fueled revolution because it makes people amped up and it gets people thinking a lot. It makes people like it makes people high energy and it doesn't impede their thinking. And like when you're around that idea when you're around other like-minded people and you bounce ideas off of them, everyone's like, oh yeah, how about this, that, third, and the third, and then you have the Boston Tea Party. Like, and it was just guys that would like feel like hanging out at coffee shops, saying, "Oh yeah, here's what we can do. Here's how about this, that, and the third." Like, yeah, that's pretty much possible. That's not impossible. But yeah, but like I said, you know what's kind of like the funniest thing is I keep going back to I keep going back. Let me just speak without like super candidly. I'm like, how can I scam people? Scammers have it so easy. Like they understand like what people want and how to sell it to them. But how can I scam people? But instead of just taking their money for nothing, how can I take their money and give them what I have? Like that's been my that's like as the years go by, I kind of stopped being nice about it and saying like how could I as an artist get my word out to everybody. Now I'm like, how can I take people's money and then give them what I have? Like and give them as if I'm selling them a lemon. But it just happens my lemon just my lemon is good. How can I ethically scam people? And this is why I don't do well with around other artists. This is why I don't do well around other artists. Because there was because there was this one guy that was like all about like a he wasn't even about an comics thing. He wanted to make his own. He wanted to brand his own version of indie comics, which is like whatever dog. But I remember I had like that idea, and he was super uncomfortable with it. He was like, "Ugh." I'm like, "Yeah, I can't. I literally can't work with other artists." Like, let's be real. Let's be real for a second. Like nobody, like we like we want the largest common denominator because that's how we get the most. That's how we get the big bucks. The largest common denominator. It would be cool if if we carved out a niche and then we can coast off of that niche, supplement, get like a livable income off of a small niche. Because I'm saying, all I want, my tier one goal is to make $175 every 15 days. My the next goal is to make $350 a month, right? And as I move out of my parents' house, if I either need have the feel or need to move out of my parents' house, I want to have my comics fund my base necessities. That's my goal. That's all I want. I want my base necessities to be taken care of off of the fruits of my labor, and the fruits of my labor being something that I'm really passionate about. Like how farmers, you know how farmers used to like be able to sustain themselves off of growing crops, and their family of seven off of growing crops and like selling meats and livestock, and it's hard and honest work. They don't want anything more out of life. They just want to fish. They want to grow crops. They want to raise livestock and sell animal byproducts. It's hard, honest work. This is what I want to do. This is my version of farming. Let's see. Let's see. I was like looking at this, but yeah, making indies profitable. I think one thing that that reminds me of one thing I absolutely hate is like the answer. I hate the answer to the question. Well, first the question being, how do I be successful? And the answer is, what is success? And I'm like, are you stupid? Like everybody wants to make J.K. Rowling money. Are you dumb? It's like if you have to be like, what does success looks like, brother? Every everybody see J.K. Rowling and they're like, I want that. I want like because if you don't know, J.K. Rowling, the creator of the Harry Potter, everybody knows she made Harry Potter, but she literally had a deal with Universal that was so good that that Universal had to they had to rewrite the playbook. You know what I mean? She had a deal so good that she's like making like money hand over fist out of every single Harry Potter property. If there's anything that everything that has Harry Potter on it, she's making money hand over fist. Like the theme parks, the movies, the games, any merchandise, right? That has Harry Potter or anything Harry Potter adjacent. She's making money off of that. You don't do like I'm sorry, I almost knocked down my controller. Like they don't do that no more, right? Like I remember I got I think I learned it from Film Courage or something like that. Um they don't do that. If you see like a movie based off of a book, like most likely they're like the person who written the book, they're not getting any royalties off of that because film and TV, that's a different royalty. Like merchandise, that's a different royalty. Film and TV and merchandise are different royalties. If it's a different medium, if it was like an audiobook, if it was a visual, well, not an audiobook, like an audio novel, wait, an audio drama, that's a different. I think audiobooks, yeah, audiobooks, audio dramas, that's a different medium. That means that's a different royalty. Movies, TV, film and TV, different royalty. Theme parks, different royalty. And she gets royalties from all of that. Like, you know what's crazy? The people, like the person who written the book Forrest Gump. This is how I found out Forrest Gump was actually a book to begin with. The guy who written Forrest Gump, when he got that film, he said he got no money. He didn't get a single cent from the book, from the movie, from the success of the movie. I remember when I was like talking with a what's his the guy who created Gears of War, the guy Cliff Blazinski. He said he doesn't get any money from any Gears of War sales anymore. His whole thing sunsetted. Gears of War was his idea, and he gets no money from that. You see that all around the time, all around the time, all the time. Yeah, she kept her rights like a smart person. No, it's not that she's dumb. She had a really good lawyer. That's what people don't realize. Like she's not smart. I'm not. She's. I 100% guarantee that wasn't her idea. Like getting all the royalties of everything that has Harry Potter. I guarantee you that wasn't her idea. That was her lawyer's idea. That the entertainment lawyer that came up with that idea, that came up with those royalties. Now you have to sell everything. Now you have to sell everything away to get published. Yeah, film and TV royalties. Yep, I've been saying this to people. Yep, that's why manga and anime work so well. Because anime are like one-to-one adaptations, so they like marketing commercials. That leads to book sales. Yep. Like that's why it's so funny because that's why I wanted to do the comic dubs for a while because I thought my thought process is if I make the comic dubs, then that's a promotion for the books, and that'll be the promotion for the books. But I didn't realize that if I make the comic dubs, that's YouTube. It's still beholden of the YouTube algorithm. That means there has to be people who watch it and people who like it and people who will share it and push it throughout the algorithm, right? And it didn't work out that way. Nope. Comic dubs is how I found you. Yeah, yeah. It's not for nothing. It's not for nothing, right? The idea was there. It's just I had that block of YouTube, the YouTube algorithm saying that it just wasn't it. It wasn't a bad idea. It's just I forgot the factor of the YouTube algorithm not caring about it or the general audience not caring about it. And that's I think the what I got from that is way more important than if I never tried, right? If I never tried it, then I would never know. Like comic dubs is not a like comic dubs are not a bad idea. It's just that it doesn't work in the current way the internet is set up because the internet is no longer an interest. It's an over. It's really over in the sense like the only way that people will know who you are is not because of you. It's because these companies like Amazon, like Kick, like a Steak or whatever, they have these campaigns of clippers of to flood the internet with clips of people's live streams. So you're not even. I talked about this like on like three different live streams. Uh, but that's just how I got this from. Not Devin. Let me see. I think Devin Cash or something like that. Yeah, it's like what I'm basically trying to say. Like a lot of things is just manufactured. A lot of things are too manufactured by people who has the funds to push it to millions of people. I think the only time that I've gone viral was on Reddit, and nothing came from that. Virality doesn't mean anything anymore on the internet, and it sucks. It's very unfortunate. TikTok is another great example, right? Um, like TikTok fame kind of means nothing. Like I remember really early on in my YouTube career, what I wanted to do was to make content around the comics and build an audience from the content that I create and the way that I would make through the comic dubs, right? And how I would monetize the comic dubs is hopefully get I would make enough of the comic dubs, find an audience from doing that, and once it got a enough of a reach, I would get sponsors. So I'd add sponsors to the comic in the videos, but it never gotten that big. And also, I never really took the time to look for sponsors. And plus, it was very difficult for me because like I really don't know anything. I probably should have just asked like Claude or whatever, like what sponsors, what companies can I look for, like I can reach out to see if they can like sponsor themselves for the comic dubs. But I didn't know that. I didn't know anything like that. Also, yeah, Claude and like LLMs, they're just really good for like they're like an internet searching tool times 10. We need a slideshow esque anime adaptation. We need slideshow esque anime adaptations of indie mangas, like level animations with the voice and sound, of course. But like One Punch Man, but like One Punch Man or Blue Lock, but worse. LOL. But yeah, I hear you. The thing that what came to my mind with when you said that was that anime show. What was it? Way of the House Husband, because that's basically that's basically a comic. That's basically a comic dub on Netflix. And the idea of getting comic dubs on something like Netflix or Tubi or what have you It's so doable. It is incredibly doable. I can you know what? I can probably like put my comic dubs together and like put it on Tubi. Just say, hey, can you like put this on your platform? They're like, yeah. But the problem is, yeah, who like, what's the upside? Like, what do I get out of it? I get views from it. I get nothing from it. Like people can find me from that, but like, no, I wouldn't. That's something to do on the side, not something I would bank off of, or nothing I would bank off of. That's something I would do, not waste energy on. Is what I'm saying. If somebody else, like, that's something I would like delegate to somebody else. While I focus on. Okay, here's what I would say. I would say that's more of a side quest than an objective. It's not a bad idea, but that I would put that as a side quest here. Because I remember like very early on, I just got I kind of found not I kind of I found that people who were in the independent comic space wanted like the fact that they wanted their own animation. I'm like that is so you're not thinking big enough, buddy. Dog, no. I was like I was like so I was like that Jujutsu Kaisen meme. Every time I would hear somebody saying I want my own Netflix or anime, I was like, this fool don't know. Ain't nobody want to do that. Ain't nobody want to do that. I think like you're, yeah, no, ain't nobody want to do that. You know what's so funny? I was thinking about this. I think the closest thing America has to a manga mangas to film pipeline is DreamWorks. And nope, not people like Scholastic is the American Shonen Jump because Scholastic has Captain Underpants, Dogman, the bad guys. I don't know if How to Train Your Dragon was Scholastic, right? But or Shrek. All those started off as novels or comic adjacent stuff, right? And then you will have DreamWorks, and then DreamWorks would be like would make an adaptation, a film adaptation of it. It's really funny. Like that's so that's like the closest thing that you can get. If you want to have your own film off of your own comic, sign up to Scholastic, I guess, because they're making money moves. Let's see, but yeah, royalties, all this other stuff. Man, I'm having a good time. It's like I'm having a good time talking about this. Let's see. I don't know if this is called like shingles of a house, but like there's like the pattern of the wall right here. But yeah, but that's what I'm doing right now. I'm just learning as much as I can about comics, about finding out the language. I got one person. I woke up to seeing like one person download Metal Hero. So something about that copy or the calls to action work. I just got to figure out what. And it sucks that Microsoft Clarity isn't working as well as it used to. It's super slow when it comes to processing the data. So I can't. So it's happening. It's gone to the point where I have to rely on the Pinterest ads to give me like to give me a filtration of the data of like seeing like what worked. But the thing is, they won't tell me if somebody clicked on the. They won't tell me if somebody clicked on the a call to action like 3 hours after it happened, so I have to wait. And the thing that kills me the most is seeing people click on the call to action and they don't even check out. They don't even like download it. So that's the main issue that I've been finding that I've been looking at right now. That's this is the news that I got for the Pinterest ads. Everybody, the thing that I like about Pinterest is that everybody sleeps on Pinterest, right? So, and I get I can send ads to the top like tier 1 countries. And if for the people who don't know what a tier 1 country is, it's it's a North America. Well, it's the USA, Canada, United Kingdom, Australia, and New Zealand. Those like the top five that you need to mark five. Yeah, my walls are white, so I'll just show the back of my hand. It's contrast. What the download process look like? Well, after you click on the call to action that says download my copy or read more or whatever, you get to it'll take you to a secure checkout, and that secure checkout. Actually, no. Let me show you. So I can show you. Oh, that Bad Bunny song is stuck in my head. I don't even like that. It's so funny. It's that song is so weird because I don't like any of it, anything other than the chorus. The chorus of that song is the only thing that I like. Okay, you. It's on him. Okay, so I just opened up Firefox. Yo, is it broken? Is it broken again? Oh my gosh. Oh my goodness. Okay, Firefox. Firefox is broken. All right, let me. Guess I'll go with incognito, the private window. Let me. Okay, I'm gonna do a private window just to show everybody the like a stripped down experience, right? Uh, Here's what my website looks like, right? Let me see if I This is my website. Ooh, wonderful, wonderful. And usually, let's just say the majority of people they go to a whatchamacallit, um they go to a landing page. Right now I'm testing the landing page. This is like the above the fold, the text, but this is more of a let me show you a more accurate experience of what they see, of what people see. Bam. This is because most people who come to my website, they come through to it on a whatchamacallit. They stop by at a whatchamacallit on phones. So this is what it looks like. They'll have this wall of text, and they would have send me the comic after the wall of text. Uh, I'm trying to figure out what works and what doesn't, and it seems like it kind of doesn't matter because the majority of people they'll just scroll. They'll just like glaze their eyes through things, and then when they see a visual element, they'll just like, okay, what's this? Ooh, ah, ooh, ah, ooh, and they would have the first call to action over here. Usually people click on the first call to action, and it'll lead them over here, the secure checkout. And the secure checkout just says, it just has like my banner, Studio Masonics LLC, my thing over here, and then all it asks is where should, this is something that I added. This doesn't come in. This is something that I added. It says where should we send your free comic, your email address, so people can send their email address. I'll just be like test@test.com, and like they don't even have to log in, right? It's like just give me your email, download now, and bam, and it sends them to the checkout. And it says thank you. Let's save the city. Let's check your email for a PDF version of Let's Go Metal Hero. And if they scroll down, they'll like check out our other titles for free. So Chimera Island, they can look at Chimera Island. They can look at Purgatory Academy. They can look at Just a Reaper, right? Read more, and it'll send them to the next thing, and they'll learn more about it. Look at the other stuff, and they can download it as well, right? That's all I ask. So I'm trying to figure out what will be the copy that will get people to dedicate themselves to download, to giving me their email. I don't care about downloading. I don't care if they never read it at all in their entire life. That is not my goal. My goal is, what is your email? Give me your email. That's it. Give me your number. Give me your digits. I want your email. Where should I send this PDF to? And the biggest rut that I would get, the biggest pitfall, the biggest rut that I would get, is that I would have days where 13 people, 13, 15 people would click on the calls to action, but they won't send their email. And mind you, like, it all doesn't look like the landing page isn't always that wordy, right? I tested out like wordy things. Try running A and B ads for individual series, and then have the lead directly to. Try running A and B ads for individual series, then have it lead directly to place your email prompting the newsletters, like prompting the newsletters too. I think I tried that. I think I tried that, but Pinterest doesn't like that. I noticed Pinterest doesn't like that. I tried that on. You know what's funny? I tried that on TikTok. I tried that on Meta, and I tried that on TikTok, Meta, and Pinterest, and they all don't like that. Interestingly enough, they say that you need to send people to a website. Don't send them to an opt-in. Send them to a website. And they say if I do not do that, they will not. They will not uh send my ads. All of those websites say, like, all of those platforms say that. I think. Wait, hold up. If I do that on a I can do that on a YouTube. I forgot. You just made me realize I can do that on YouTube. Like, let me do the edit the video real quick. Because, like, I have, if you look at the thing on the description on YouTube, I send it to the landing page, which I can literally just send you guys to the email opt-in form page, because YouTube really doesn't care about what I put in the links, unless it's illegal. I'm gonna try to fix that right now. Wait, what's this? Let's Go Metal Hero? Yeah. So let's go. Show me the comic. Copy. Uh, there we go. Save. Now, anybody who enters the whatchamacallit clicks on the link. If you refresh, you look at the description, you click on the link, it'll send you directly to that form. Okay, then maybe send them straight to to the checkout page or a one-page site. I think you. I'm trying to. I'm reading that thing again. Sorry. Try running the A and B ads for an individual series, and lead it to. Okay. Yes, I am doing that. I am doing like because all of the ads. If someone sees an ad on Pinterest, it is an ad for a specific series. It is an ad for a specific series, and on that landing page, they like when they on that landing page, they look at that landing page. That's it. I have analyzed hundreds of behaviors, and the problem isn't that they have too much options. They skim and then they leave. The majority of them skim, they look at the pictures and then they leave. And I can't send them to a direct checkout page. I can't send them to the checkout page because no, like I said earlier, no ad platform like no ad platform likes that. They want to send people to a landing page, not a checkout page. Um, and they tell. Somehow they know that's a checkout page. I think somebody probably flags it. Um, but yeah, they know. They know if it's like a checkout page. So I mean, I can try it again. Just be annoying with it. But yeah, they absolutely like it. If you try to have a genuine checkout page, not checkout, a genuine landing page. One, two, three, four. Okay, now I gotta do this panel. I mean, this page. Like it, man. It was so. Man, it's so easy. It was so. It was. I wish it was easier, but. Hmm. 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 Huh. Thinking emoji. I can try it out. Let's see if I can try it out again and see if I get if they tell me to stop. But I think they don't like sending people directly to checkout. No, actually, no. I don't see that happen. I don't see people do that actually. And also, the landing page is pretty much a de facto. Let me look at something real quick because the majority of people that goes on the landing page, they look at they click on the first call to action or just the buy now or download now, right? Yeah, it still sends them to the direct checkout. Okay. I just had to check. I just had to like figure. I just had to like make sure for a second. Or a one-page site that leads the checkout or email. A one-page site. I don't think a one-page site will change. And the reason why I know that wouldn't change anything is because people don't look around the website. Like that would be an issue. Like I would like that would be an issue if people get if people who go on the landing page, they get distracted and look at all the other comics that I have and then leave. But what most people do, they go on the landing page, they read the copy, and then they leave. They read the copy, they look at the pictures, and then they. So it's not an issue where site a single site page would change, because the problem is either the copy is not compelling. It's either the copy is not compelling. The I know there's no interesting. I know there's no. I just read you what you said. I know there's no uh the visuals aren't the problem. If there's anything that I could bump up the visuals with, it might be people. It might be because everything I make is in black and white, right? That might be an issue, but it's a limitation that I got to work with. So I got to be more creative, right? And that's the fun thing about limitations. You got to be creative. My limit, because I have limitations on limitations. It makes me feel like I'm Rock. All the limitations is making me feel like Rock Lee, like when he fights Gara, because because like when I as soon as I get I feel like as soon as I get my time comes, it's gonna be like taking off my weights, like that feels so much better, and I'll be like zipping by, like doing J.K. Rowling type deals, like, and then I'll be out of the public eye forever. Like I'll drop a book and say, "Here's what you got to do. This is what worked for me," and then I'll be out of the public eye. And only thing you'll hear from me is like all the chapters, the comics that I make. Yeah, I'll be like, I just show up. I just teleport. You know how like Rock Lee would teleport behind all around Gara. That's just gonna be me. I'll be like I'll be like shoosh, one kick, and one kick will be my merchandising. Whoosh, another kick. That'll be like the TV movie deals. Whoosh, like roundhouse kick. That'll be video games, and I'll just be like bouncing around till you see Purgatory Academy, Just a Reaper, Let's Go Metal Hero, Chimera Island everywhere, and like probably all of my other stories that I have back in the backlog. You'll just see that everywhere. I'll just like take over the zeitgeist, and then I'll dip out. I'm gone. That's me. That's gonna be me. Like I'll make like millions and billions of dollars. People will start calling me the Illuminati. And like what I want, like I would think about it a lot, because like if I would make like of all that money, I would absolutely love to better American infrastructure. I think that's what I would love to do. I want to like I really hate seeing people with money now, especially like people like Drake. Where like I remember my friend was telling me about Drake getting like selling himself short because he was like worth $1 billion and he got like half of that, and he kind of hoed himself. And I'm like, who cares? Like Drake has all this money and he just spends it on properties that he's never gonna use. He's spending his money like he never had it before, and that's just so annoying to me. That's annoying to me to see, to have all that money and just like and then like spend it like you're a child. Like come on. Like go like put that money into like Canada. But like I'm not saying taxes, but do the things that you like. What I would absolutely love, the person that I want to see myself in the future if I had like boku amounts of money, I want to use that money to benefit what I think America needs, right? Because I'm American, I was born and raised here. This country has done good things for me, so I want to give back. I know it's easy for it's like I it's hard. It sucks that it sucks that every time I'm on the internet and I see black people talk about America, it's either some weird America does no wrong or America has only done wrong things, and I'm like, I live here, like the people are nice to me, no matter what ethnicity. So I want to give back. That's what I want to do. I want to find a way to do that, but I want to build my farm. I want to sell my produce. I want to make money off the fruits of my labor. And then it would be really cool if I made content that's really cool. That tells people that like does that espouses my beliefs, how I can use my beliefs, my energy, my thoughts, and just spread that to everybody. Like I'm Christian. I want to make more media that makes Christian media be like that's cool. I want I want people to look at like stories that are inspired by the gospel and say we got to do something like that. You know, like how there's a lot of Christian imagery in anime. I want to do something like that makes people think Christianity is like freaking the answer to everything. you know, that has like so much of this profound knowledge of that has like so much of this profound knowledge, which it does, right? And I want people to look at that and think about like this is really cool. The more you talk, the more I like you. yeah. This is me. This is like the energy that I'm like when I'm out. Because I used to sell books at like a flea and farmers markets, right? Because this is the energy that I'm like all the time. Your desire. I hope you get it. Your desires. Yeah. Thank you. Like I was like this. I'm like not was. I was like this. Well, like I'm like this when I sell like my comics at flea and farmers markets, or even going to comic cons with my backpack with my comics on my back, saying "Ask me about my comics." Um, I would just do that and just talk to people, like listen to people, just see like where the people are. And dude, I remember selling my comics in flea and farmers markets. I would like, cause since it's a local thing, you would have a lot of like people that would go there several times. And there, I've had so many times where people that said, "Oh yeah, hey, I bought your book. I read it. It's really good." And it's so interesting seeing um your demographic in real time, interacting with them. And I remember this one thing that I just remembered. It's such a fond memory. I remember at this one flea market, I was like my booth was adjacent to like a girl that was like with her mom. I think she was selling like crochet with her mom, and she like kept eyeballing my comics because I have like a giant poster that I just like pasted my pages of my comic on as like advertising, and she was like, "What is that?" So I walked over because it was kind of like slow. Nobody was really moving anywhere. We weren't getting a lot of foot traffic, so I walked over and be like, "Hey, what's up?" And she's like, "Oh, what do you got?" I'm like, "I got comics. You want to read some?" She's like, "Oh, do I have to pay for them?" I'm like, "No, it's a freaking." I was like, "No, it's a what do I call it?" I used to call it like a vendor's discount. If you're like around me, like you can read all my books for free, like because like especially when it comes to like time days or time periods where there's like little foot traffic. I'm like, read my books. It's better than doom scrolling on your phone. So yeah, you can read my books for free. And she was like, "Oh yeah, I'll read Purgatory Academy." And she was looking through Purgatory Academy. I was like, "Oh, this is good." And then this is good. And I'm like, "Oh yeah, here's the second book." And then she like read through the second book, and like, I remember she read like the first book in like 30 minutes, and she read the second book in an hour. And she was like, "Yo, this is really good." like, and I was like, "Hey, you want to read another book?" She's like, "I feel bad for not paying you." Like she was, I think she was I think she was like a teenager, so she like didn't have any of her own money. But she was like, "I want to read it, but I feel so bad reading all these books that I know you're giving out for free." And I'm like, "Yeah, it is what it is." but like I like that. I like being around people. And it kind of goes back to what I said earlier, in the stream where the first thing I said I was like I had another dream where I was in school again. But the thing is, what I remember about school isn't what I don't like. It is what I do like, and that is being around people that I'm familiar with. And like I had that feeling, like when I would go on like flea and farmers markets, like every weekend, I had that feeling of being around people that I am familiar with, that I would talk to, and they, and like people that want the best for me, and that's why I'm like, yo, this is Americana. Like your flea and farmers markets, seeing people that you know, your neighbors, seeing people that you know every day, people who like, like that wants, that sees that you're good, will tell you that you're good, and they are willing to support you financially about your product, your entertainment. Entertainment, the most disposable form of media. You know what I mean? And they are like willing to give you like 25, $50, $100. Like they want to fill your dreams. I'm like, this is Americana. This is what I want. This, like, if I make a bajillion dollars, this is the country that I want to thrive. I want this spirit to live on forever. Forever. You know what I mean? Like I like there's like, yeah, I just want that vibe to live on. And I want that to be for like as many people of like expounding like good, positive, like necessary, not good, positive, just necessary, the necessary messages of the human condition in a profound way, in a way that people can only say through their own lived experience. You know what I mean? I need some water. Yeah, like the only thing that I yeah, it's really funny. Of like, I remember I was like in a podcast with my friend, and I would be open about, yo, I like, this is the thing that I love about America, and then people would be like, yo, okay, Tucker Carlson. They call me like, all right, Black Tucker Carlson, and I'm like, dog, can I just like where I'm from? Like, is it a crime for me to like where I'm from? Like, can I just say, yeah, hey guys, I'm blessed? Like, yeah. Man. But it's, I just gotta put the work. I still gotta keep putting the work in. And I think the main reason why I just haven't stopped is because I take account of my wins. I think I think I would stop if I just stopped taking account of my wins, because every time I get a checkout, I count that as a win. Like every time, like well, every time I see my cost per click on Pinterest is at like 1 cent per click, that's a win. Not only that, like if I was getting 1 cent per click on Amazon, on like Meta or other or TikTok, I can see where they're coming from. On TikTok, I'm getting 1 cent per clicks, and it's all coming from Canada, right? And that's not any diss to Canada, but it's like, no diss to Canada, no diss to them. I like Canada. But it's only coming from like one place, right? When I do it on Meta, if I get like 1 cent per click, it's usually coming from places like China or India or Brazil. No hate to those countries, but it's like I don't think people from China or Brazil are going to buy it. And there's a reason why there are tier one countries, right? The reason why there's tier one countries is because those are the countries that has like the best economy. And looking into the countries that contributes a lot to the economy, or buys economy of graphic novels, or buy a lot from graphic novels. From the top of my head, it's East Asia's number one. So like Japan, South Korea, and and a little bit of China. And China's just because there's a lot of people living in China. Like the American market, the American movie market. Like half of the revenue from American movies is from China, right? American movies aren't made for Americans. They're mostly made for the Chinese, right? So, and I guess that's the same thing when it comes to graphic novels. But Japan is like they buy the most graphic novels out of anybody else in the world, right? And below them, you have Canada. Well, below them, you would have not Canada and North America, not them yet. You would have France, Belgium. Yeah, France and Belgium. And then below them, you would have Canada and the U.S. But like in terms of like the economy, like the most volume, I think Japan and the North America and the USA are like the biggest uh, contributors to buying graphic novels. So that's some of the that's a tidbit for you. And I say that with an understanding of yeah, like yeah, making manga, not making manga, but having a having an animation is not the way. Having animation for your comic is not the way. Animation's expensive, way more expensive than comics, and it's for advertising. And not only that, they have to advertise the advertising. In an American sense, it's like crazy, because not only that, it's an advertising for an advertisement. You know, like how in the '80s, everybody said this till like to death, right? How My Little Pony or Transformers or everything else is just an advertising for the toys, and to an extent that never changed, right? Yeah, it's still that for like manga, but I don't even think I know it from an American sense. Everything is geared towards selling the cheapest thing for the most amount of money. I guess manga is pretty much that because I don't know how cheap you can get with paper, right? And like, dude, I remember when I went to Japan last time. Hold up, I got where is it? Where is it? I'm not find. It's a big book. Big book. Why am I having so much trouble finding it? Oh yeah, found it. Here we go. I remember when I went to Japan, I got my very first Shonen Jump magazine right here. And the first thing that I noticed is how cheap it looks. Like the ink is so washed out, and this was brand spanking new. And I was like, oh, this is interesting. Like even the ads are the ads, like you know what I mean? I find it so interesting how even the ads are the ads. Recycle paper, oh yeah. I was like, dang. Like in the West, like everybody's talking about Shonen Jump, like, yo, Shonen Jump is the thing. That's so great. Well, this is a weekly jump. They're like, yo, this is the thing. This is so cool. To the point where you have like people making like indie comics making everything leads to volume sales, yeah. Like people who are making like indie comics, they want to get their friends together so they can have their own magazine of their own independent comics and then sell it for like $10. And I'm like, no, guy, like it's such it's like I'm like, guys, no, 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 no. Like what's going on isn't what you think it's going on. It's like the magazine is not the end goal. The magazine is not the end goal. It's an advertisement. And they can do it because they have the subscribers to do it. They have the infrastructure to do it, right? And it doesn't make sense to do it now. And I remember when I was like looking at PS2 demo disc with a friend, and I was like, "Wow, this is so cool." They would never do this now. They would never do it again because the PS2 demo disc, it was it's so of its time because everybody can just get their information from the internet. The demo disc was a way to get information to an audience that is so, I won't even say revolutionary. It's just so creative, and every demo disc was different. Like, yo, I have a Let's Go Metal Hero game on Steam, and I kind of want to scrap it and start all over again. And I want to make a demo disc of Let's Go Metal Hero. And I kind of like, and what I want to do, I want to fill it. I want to make like a menu that looks like a PS2 demo disc, but it's like it's decked out with like Let's Go Metal Hero iconography, and it's taking place in like Malik's house, and like it's like a menu where you just go leave and just like travel Malik's house, and like each room is like a different part of the demo disc, right? Before I just wanted to make it like a mini game compilation, but then I'm like, no, 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 this is cool. But yeah, people are not going to make demo disc anymore because the whole point of demo disc was information. And now that we don't information at a time where information was very scarce, right? And you can it was very scarce. And if you want demos, you have Xbox and PlayStation, like the Xbox and PlayStation and Steam to download their demos. If you want articles, you got Twitter, you got Kotaku, you got IGM for information. If you want videos, you got YouTube for that. Like literally everything in a PS2 demo disc is found faster. It's just found faster and cheaper and easier on the internet. So like, there's no way it's going to be back. We're gonna do that again unless there is a institutional push of understanding, of understanding of why that is necessary in today's day and age. Let me see. I think so. I say magazine, the magazine and the animes. Yeah, we do the same in America with Home Magazine by Realtors. Right, Home Magazine. Yeah, yeah, that's a very interesting thing too because I get like my mom used to buy me like magazines for like entrepreneurships. I haven't really read any of them because like a lot of those entrepreneurship magazines are just like, oh hey, here's like top 10 ways of selling a business. Step one: have you figured out what people want to buy first? It's like find a demand and then sell it. Sell them. Like that's basically a lot of what I see in that entrepreneurship magazine. It's like step one, find a problem. Step two, get the solution. Step three, sell the solution. Like here's the top 10 people who did that. Right. So it's like, come on, no. No, I want to sell my stuff. I want to sell my stories. Here's my problem, and people want to sell the solution to my problem. But when people try to sell the solution to my problem, I learned that they don't know what they're talking about. Because nobody knows what they're talking about when it comes to entertainment, selling entertainment. But anyway, I digress. Um. But I guess that's a whole different ballgame when it comes to realtors. Cheap listening left in the Chinese food restaurant. Cheap listening left in Chinese food restaurants. Yeah. And they're take free to take. Oh yeah, yeah. I know what you're talking about because I see that. I see that in my in some of my the restaurants. Yeah. You know what you know what I would absolutely love, dude. If I had like stupid money, you know what if I had like stupid amounts of like money, and I was able to like make a what if I had stupid amounts of money and I was able to make like fu money with the comics. One thing that I would absolutely want to do, I want to make physical media cool again. I want to push physical media, but I don't want to like relive a time of like CDs and floppy disks. I think those time like it was cool at the time because it utilized the technology that was at like the new technology that was everywhere. So you were a fool to not use it. But I want to learn. I want to like take inventory of like what technology that we have right now and how that can be utilized with physical media. Because one thing that I was like thinking about this on one of my videos of why nothing is of its time anymore, and also like how kids they can never relive what's it like before like the internet age. I can't relive the time before the internet age. I was born in '99, right? Um, but the one thing that I noticed, right? One thing that I have noticed is every technology it evolves to be a smartphone. Every technology evolves to be a smartphone. Cause like check it, Nintendo DS. It will like this evolved from a Game Boy Advance, oh like a Game Boy, and a Game Boy evolved from like a calculator, right? Like a real calculator. You just press the numbers and boopity boop boop boop, and that will the calculator involved the Game and Watch, and the Game and Watch involved evolved to be the Game Boy Advance, and then you had the DS, right? And they stopped innovating after that because after the DS, the form factor of the DS, it was the Switch. But in between the form factor of the DS, the Nintendo DS and the Switch, you had Sony wanting. Well, you had like, of course, you had like the Pocket Neo Geos and all the other stuff that everybody wanted to do. You did have like mobile phones that looked like the Nokia's that wanted to like get into a like a precursor of mobile gaming. But before that, and between that, you had the PSP, and the PSP is like very similar to the form factor of the Game Boy Advance, but a lot of people don't really talk about that. But what the weird thing about the PSP, I feel like it was like the first proto. It was like the proto smartphone. Honestly, it was a video game console, but it laid the works of what it was before everything just started minimalizing. That and minimalizing is really the core problem. And what that minimal and along with that, you had Steve Jobs that introduced the smartphone in like 2006 or whatever, and then every single company. This is not even an iPhone. This is like a Chinese phone, a China phone or whatever. And then like everybody wanted to be a smartphone. And the one thing that smartphones did, it just made everything conform to one single tablet, one single slim brick. And instead of the technology interacting with reality, with interacting with physicality, everything conformed to the brick. Like gadgets used to be a way to interact with the world. Gadgets used to be a way to interact with the world. And then after the iPhone, everything turned into how do we interact with our bricks? How do we interact with a world that doesn't exist? Like a digital world. A digital world is such an oxymoron. And that sucks, right? But like I said, like my tier 1 is probably of bringing back physical media is I had an idea of instead of selling CDs because like nobody really has CDs anymore. I wanted to sell Digimon. Digimon, yeah. Digimon is not real. It's never real. Digimon don't have feelings. They're just ones and zeros. They will never have feelings. No, there's no such thing as AI girlfriends. No one, like, you know what I mean? But but for real though. Yeah, like my digital world, like my mastermind plan of bringing back physical media would probably be maximalizing USB drives. Like, hold up, this would be like if I were to propose a solution, something like this, a thumb drive would be like the first step of returning. Well, I hate using the return. I hate using the idea of return because let me phrase it. Let me phrase this. I hate the idea of using the word return. It's in my lexicon so much, and I hear it so many times. I instinctually say it, but I don't want to return to it. I want to progress from it. I want to progress to a more physical form of media, right? Making that more common. And I think doing that is taking inventory of what we have to connect the physical to the technology, to technology, right? Technological, technological, whatever that word is, right? And I think the thumb drive is a really good blueprint, right? It's not as cheap. I'm sure it's not as cheap as a CD, right? However, it has a like these things can come in 7 gigabytes, 16 gigabytes, and what I like about 16 gigabytes, 32 gigabytes, and what I like about it a lot is it forces people to compact. It forces people to optimize their data, their technology. That's the one thing I noticed. I saw a video not too long ago that mentioned the future of video games. The future of video games is going back to cheaper hardware. And that thesis was so on point because we live in a world where the PS5 you have PS5s going for $900, and it got to a point where we left the era of the PlayStation 2 where the selling point is that it can do more than play video games, right? Yeah, you can do a lot of things that the PS2 can do with the PS5, right? But that was auditing at a time where people weren't playing video games like that, and people weren't like video games wasn't a juggernaut that it is right now, right? That it included like quality of life features when the alternatives were expensive, like getting a DVD player expensive, like getting a DVD player was expensive. Getting like so they included that in the PS2 to be able to sell to people who wanted that bettered the quality of life. There is nothing about the consoles today that improves the quality of life. And we don't need 64 gigacraps per terafarts like 64 gigacraps per terafart to improve the quality of life. And all that did was make optimization worse for the software, right? And this goes back to what I said earlier, where limitations is where we're going to thrive, is where technology will thrive, because we were doing so great when we had less. That's what people forget. And I'm not just saying. I'm not just saying. What was it? I'm not saying consumers. It's the producers. Producers forget that when we had more when we had less. Let me just make this thing right here. Yeah, we had more when we had less. And I think the net if what would save Microsoft or Sony, it would be making a console. They like their next console. Does the smart move would say the PS6. Are we at the PS6? No, I said the PS5. Next time, the next PlayStation, the next PlayStation, the selling point would be amazing games for like $250. So like a game console that's $250. And what would sell that are the exclusives. What would sell that are games made specifically for that. Because we have the technology to like make it. Because everybody's like, it's gonna be like, oh, just get a PC. Dog. People were like, PC people were saying get a PC ever since like the 360 era. People, that's it. Like everything after the PS4, yeah, sure, you could have gotten a PC during like that era of like Xbox One through PS4, but because the exclusives were still alive and ready. We are ready to that the future of gaming is affordable. I still remember the days we got games on CD-ROMs from a Happy Meal toy, PC Master Race, folks. Dude, I want to go back to. I don't know how much it costs to. I know CD-ROMs. I know CD-ROMs are like probably super cheap to manufacture, but that I want to manufacture thumb drives. That's really what I want to do. Like manufacture thumb drives and put data and put like comics on it, or just put like I want to manufacture thumb because like we don't have DVD, we don't have CD players anymore. That's just it. I mean, if I wanted to bring that back, that would have to be like such an institutional push of saying we're bringing back CD drop, or like we're bringing back CD drives, we're bringing back with a like a drive reader. You know what I mean? That would have to be such an institutional push to do it. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Marketing wise, that sounds so funny. Cause like you would essentially just sell people like CDs again in CD drives. Cause CD drives are a thing. Just plug it to like the USB. True, they took most of them out of laptops. Yeah, but like yeah, there's also a I know my dad has it. Like if I were to like collaborate with like a CD manufacturing company and a CD drive manufacturing company, then I would put things on CDs, have like CD exclusive content, Like there needs to be incentives to do it, right? Like, you can only buy these things on the CDs because exclusivity is the biggest. Like exclusivity is the biggest drive of FOMO, and exclusivity are the biggest drive of pushing sales. Or and it really needs to be in the form. Actually, no, it really needs to be in a form factor specific that you can only play on a specific device. That's what makes the DS so hard to emulate. That's what makes the DS and the 3DS experience that is so difficult to emulate, because emulating a PSP, it's easy. All you need are the face buttons. All you need are the face buttons. That's on every controller, and then some. The Vita, that's a little bit iffy because the architecture is kind of iffy, but it's not forever. Consoles are the same way because consoles are just PCs with different architecture. But in order to bring back like physical like physical media, it like the form, the media is the message. The form is the way to bring it back. The form is the answer. So, I guess what to bring it back, right? It would have to be something like a DS. It will have to deliver an interface experience that cannot be emulated on a phone. It cannot be emulated on a phone or on a PC. It has to be done on that specific gadget. But that's an innovation that nobody wants to do because that takes a lot of time, that takes a lot of energy, and everybody's already used to their phones. They've been conditioned to like their phones, and that kind of reminds me of the thing that I was listening to earlier. Uh, it was like let me see the I gotta look at through my YouTube history, like that video that documentary that I saw. It was like the first hour was so freaking interesting because what the documentary was talking about was what the documentary was talking about was there was a time pre World War II where advertising was geared more towards the function instead of the feeling. Like there was a time pre-war, pre-World War II, where every advertisement was selling on how functional the product was, the make and the quality of the product. And then after World War II, it shifted to here's how this product will make you feel. Think about Coca-Cola, right? Coca-Cola doesn't tell you how good their product is. They sell you the product on what it makes you feel. They try to sell happiness in a can, in a bottle, right? And that's pretty much the only way that this will go. I mean, I'm literally doing. I'm trying to figure out how if I can do that with my comics, right? The comic, like just downloading the comic will make them feel a certain way. Like they gotta download a comic to make them feel a certain way. I'm trying to figure that out, right? But on another thing, on another note, like yeah, that is in order to make like a more physical media, a more physical world with our gadgets. It needs to understand well to make that sell. It needs to sell the feeling instead of the function of it. Because functionally, nobody needs the internet. Functionally, no one really needs YouTube. Nobody needs manga. Nobody needs movies. Nobody needs X, Y, and Z. Like, well, all we really know about our needs are the Pavlov's hierarchy of needs. And when it comes to entertainment, it's pretty far up there. Pretty far up there. And the higher you get on the Pavlov's hierarchy, the more difficult it is to sell, I suppose. The more difficult it is to sell. And the more you kind of realize, the higher you go, the more you have to target people with deep pockets, right? With deep pockets. But yeah, that's my. I guess that concludes my. I'm trying to focus on doing this. That probably concludes my thoughts. I don't even know what I was talking about. Honestly, I was just on a roll talking about physical media and how I miss it and marketing. Everything that I learned about marketing. It sucks that like marketing is in the hands of just people who are just straight up evil. It's like that sucks. That really sucks. The ultimate black pill of the the good of marketing is in the hands of people who are just straight up evil, and they just use it to make your life worse. And it kind of comes to a point where if you're trying to think about marketing, I will never forget. that part of Robert Kiyosaki's Rich Dad Poor Dad. I know a lot of people like glaze Robert Kiyosaki, and he's more of a fraud figure now. But I remember when I read that book, there was one moment that was so real, and that moment was bullshit. Now I guess she has a big forehead this time. There's a marketing book that says marketers ruin everything. You know what's so funny? That reminds me of a documentary that I watched about Tomb Raider, right? In Tomb Raider, it was difficult. Well, in like for well, here's the thing about a lot of productions, right? You have the production team and then you have the marketing team. They do not interact with each other whatsoever because the marketers hate the marketers, they just see it as a product, while the production studio, they see it as a baby, right? And it says it profoundly. Yeah, that's what I noticed. Like I gotta finish this point. And what happened with Tomb Raider, it was so funny because the people who made Tomb Raider, they just wanted to make a game that had a female protagonist that raids tombs and she was badass. It was like a power fan. It was like a power fantasy with a sexy femme fatale or anything or whatever. It means nothing by it, right? It's like, oh yeah, this is cool. We like hot women. And here's a hot woman doing cool things. That's it. That's Tomb Raider. That's all Tomb Raider. Like Tomb Raider from the '90s, right? They're like, we have a hot woman, and she does cool things. That's it. That's all we want. And the marketers are like, and the marketers, they're like, all right, sex. It's like the marketers, they turned the whole concept of Tomb Raider, and they're like, yeah, so we're making porn. It's like that's like, so that like the marketers were selling Tomb Raider as if it was a porn game, right? And that marketing worked so well. Everybody was talking about Tomb Raider. Nobody was like people were playing it, but the people who played it who didn't really people who played it, they're like, all right, so where are the boobs? And it worked so well. It worked so well that it spawned so many games. And that like pornification of Laura Croft, that initial run, that spawned so many sequels to the point that the creators absolutely hated it. And there was a time where the production studio went to the boss saying that the production studio went to the boss saying, "Yo, you got to tell these marketers that Tomb Raider is not a porn game. Stop marketing. You got to tell them to stop putting Laura Croft in these sexy positions and like like all these scandalous situations." And then I remember that in the documentary, the boss literally said, "Yo, listen, do you see these fat stacks? Do you understand how much fat stacks we're making? Shut up and make the next Tomb Raider game." Like, I don't care what they say what Tomb Raider is about. You make the game, they market it, people buy it, so and that works to a point. You're gonna do that until the end of time. Until it stops being profitable. And that kind of goes to show people people don't care. People don't care what you sell them on the surface level, right? Like the marketers on the surface level, they said you're going to see a sexy woman. You're going to get porn. Like the marketers, they took Tomb Raider and they're like, you're going to see porn. That's it. And then when people bought it, they weren't disappointed. That's the coolest thing. They were not disappointed when they bought the game. And there was no sex in it. There was no sex in Tomb Raider, and everybody thought that was okay. Everybody who bought it thought it was okay to the point that it produced so many sequels, right? And that is the funniest thing about marketing. And to this and like skip to today, most people don't even talk about it. No, like people talk about it like it does never existed. That was before my time, right? The 90 like I was born in '99. I'm basically a 2000s kid, right? Like only my only tie with 99s are my older siblings and their gadgets and technologies from that time period, right? And I never I never knew about the controversy of Tomb Raider of of the Tomb Raider. And now and we're living in this time where people don't remember that. People don't care. Like the marketing doesn't really matter. It doesn't matter what you sell people as long as they like what they have. Kind of doesn't matter. That's what I've learned. So I'm trying to tap into that with comics. And like you, I think comics is another way. I've been doing that ever since the beginning of time, right? Ever since like guest cover art was a thing. Because when you look at guest cover art, the first thing that you notice is that it looks better than the art within the comics. People buy the cover art because it looks good. It looks pretty. I'm saying that worked in the I'm saying that worked in the 90s, where the only way that you bought comics was in like comic book stores, so you had to stand out between like the other comics. I don't think that works anymore because like we're in the digital age. That's another thing. Jigs Miggle. Hey Jigs. Mason, have you considered redesigning your website aesthetics structure? For me personally, it's off-putting. The plain gray, no color, no background, and then the HP feels unnecessarily colored. What's HP? Yeah, I'll toy around. Homepage. Okay, homepage. Yeah, I will do that. The homepage, I'll look at that later because the most people who come to my website, my landing page, it's either on the four comics. So if you look at the navigation menu, the Purgatory Academy, Chimera Island, Let's Go Metal Hero, and Just a Reaper, those those are the four landing pages that the majority of people they they go on. They don't interact with the website any more than that, and that's about it. So changing the colors, I will look into that. I'll look into that, changing the colors of that. Sure, I can do that. But I'm not as interested in the homepage right now. I'm interested in making people buy the comic, not buy the comic, but like download the comics here, download the archives. That's priority number one, right? I'll look into changing the color scheme because I you might have something there, but absolutely nobody's looking at the homepage. Nobody's navigating outside of the four landing pages that I send them. Um, but yeah, I'll look into the color change. Like I think, you know, it's kind of funny. Um, that reminds me of one thing that I kind of noticed the difference between men designers and women designers. Women, they think about the aesthetics first, and men are purely on the utilitarian aspect of the product. Because like I can always tell, usually tell if there's like a man or a woman designing, because the women designer, they have such an eye for aesthetics. It is so beautiful. Like they spend so much effort into making something look good. And like with men, it's like here it is. Here's what I have. Like yeah, marketing from human psychology. Right. Well, yeah, as I was saying. But yeah, thank you, Jigs Miggle. I appreciate you coming in the chat and telling me that. I'll look into. I'll probably do that after I or IG Zag. Have you read Human Nature or IG Zag? Let me look that up. Who's the? Are you looking? Are you talking about the Robert Greene book? Oh yeah, The Laws of Human Nature by Robert Greene. Literally a Mason, crafting stories, something like literally a Mason. Yeah, Robert Greene. Literally a Mason, crafting stories, something like that. I yeah, my name is so prophetic, I guess. My name is prophetic, I suppose. IG. Or Zigzag, Robert Greene. Let me check Zigzag. I read 40. I remember reading like 40 something laws of power, and I only out of all of the 40 whatever laws of power, I only remember one. Wait, what was the Zigzag? What was the author of Zigzag? Is that another Robert Greene book? Okay, let me see. Something like that. Like making have you no, you said yeah, marking from human psychology. Or Zigzag. You mentioned Zigzag. I don't know what what Zigzag is. Yeah, but anyway, that's like yeah, I'm just trying to figure out how to market my stuff. Just building stories, building infrastructure. It's taking a long time. I think this is good. Like what I plan to do. Oh yeah, there were rolling papers by Zigzag rolling papers. That's what I see. I'll see if I can. I'm gonna look at a. It's Zag. Oh, IG Zag. Okay. Wait. Oh wait. Zag. Oh, Zag, the number one strategy of high performing business brands. Oh, what the heck? What the heck is this title? Okay, I found it. Thank you. By Marty Newmayer. Okay, that's another one. This is interesting. The core strategy around four key elements: focus, difference, trend, and communication. Which guides through identifying specific market positions. Okay. Zach, come on now. Come on now. 2006. 102 pages? Okay. Okay. I'll take a look at that. I think with this one, just by looking at I'll take I'll look at some summaries of this, right? And see if I can and from people's summaries, I'll see if I can like look deeper into it if need be, if they have better more interesting ideas that I can work with. Okay, so yeah, exactly. Let's see. Honestly, let's see if I can just copy and paste this. Save myself some time. I get your point about navigation. I second that. But uh, Man, why do I have to be so lazy? But that's been my point. Like, the navigation. You're just saying the navigation doesn't look good for the people who want to navigate through the website. Like when I found you, I clicked on your website. The homepage was the first thing you see. Yeah, yeah. My homepage. I'm not gonna lie. My homepage isn't the greatest, but YouTube is not my top performance. Isn't where I get the majority of my traffic. You Yeah, YouTube is not where I get the majority of my traffic. Pinterest, and I gotta focus on the majority first. I think I'll focus on the homepage, and even though I'm curious about Purgatory Academy, the visuals are off-putting. Interesting. Do you have any? Do you have any references? Do you have any websites that say make it look like this? I like what you're saying. I like what you're telling me like right now, and I want to find out if I want to find out what should it look like, right? Because I'm gonna be the first one to tell you I don't know. I don't know. Like I'm learning. I don't know what I'm doing, and I'm trying to figure out what I'm doing. I just go off of what I've learned. Coffee's new website, for example. Okay, let me check that out. Let's see. I guess I'll just try to find his newest website. Okay. I'm looking at this and I'm thinking about how would I? How would I? Okay. I'm learning right now. I'm analyzing. I can see what you mean. Okay. Right. Let me see what happens if I click read. Let's go on the All Stars. Yeah, yeah. Well, okay, so he has things. He has read for free. Okay, so it's like that. All right. Interesting. Okay. Okay, so he has it released by chapter by chapter. Okay. So if I want to see it, some very interesting. This is very okay. Okay. Let's see what happens if I go to the shop. Okay, so it links to his Patreon. It looks and it links to T Public. Okay. Interesting. All right, you're not wrong. No, yeah, it looks good. His website looks good. Okay, sorry. Sorry. Okay, I was just in analyzing mode. I'm out of analyzing mode. Another thing, for an example, that's off-putting for me. You have four titles. Put on your homepage so many splits. Instead of volume one of X and Y, you have duology, lone chapters, bundles, etc. Maybe it's just me, but I think improving on the organization structure, cool branding, better visuals, cool color scheme. I think that would help you. You're not wrong. That would let me compartmentalize that criticism, right? You are right. You are right when it comes to a viewer, like a viewer that clicked on the homepage that discovered my website just through my homepage. It's off-putting, right? I get that, and it's like that because I haven't put in, I will concede to that because I haven't put much thought into it. Because right now I'm hyper focused on because like what I'm hyper focused on is not on that specifically. And the reason I'm not focused on that is because it's not where the majority of my traffic comes in. It's not where it's not where the majority of my traffic comes in, and it's not where I get the most emails or or feedback on anything, right? What I will concede to, I'm not saying I will never do that. It's more if I get more views, if I get more traffic through that, then that will be something that will be bumped up in my priorities. Right now, like the how the homepage looks is pretty low on my priorities right now. Um, I can tweak it a little bit to separate. Honestly, I should really delist a lot of the things on my homepage, like the single chapters. I don't want people to buy single chapters anymore. I'm mostly like I just want people to give me their emails. Um, I just wanted to list everything right now. I'll honestly just like reorganize the homepage if anything. It's like that because it's just not my main focus at this point in time. Hey, who knows? Maybe if I start streaming and a lot of people just start like coming to my webpage, like a hundred people a day going to my webpage from these live streams. Yeah, I'll do that. Um, I'll be bumped up on my list, but right now, I'll be more focused on. I would absolutely be more focused on the color schemes of the landing pages of Purgatory of the four series. That would be my main focus on making those look good aesthetically. Whether because I feel like that, yeah, whether it looks good aesthetically. I get what you're saying, and your data analysis is important for sure. But when you, like I said before, people click, but finally not download. I just thought of that. The off-putting, just off-putting on my own POV. Hmm. The first thing that comes to my mind. Okay. You know, you might be right. You know what? Let me check. Hmm. Because here's my thought process. Right. My website has like a gray color scheme, like pretty drab, pretty alright. They click on the calls to action of download the comic and it sends them to a direct checkout that has a white background. I think that might be on to something like that. Because I can change the entire like website. Hold up. Give me a thought. Let me do a thought experiment right now. Let me do something real quick. Hold on. Dude, let me look at. I'm trying to pull up my bookmark. Okay, here we go. It's not only light scheme or dark theme, light theme or light. It's just you don't have no theme at all. Like your banner, for example, or you added your series. Okay, I'm gonna let you speak. I'm gonna let you speak, and I'm gonna work on the comic. I'm gonna let you speak and let me know when you made your point, so I can get all of your so I can get all of your thoughts and not interrupt. You're an artist, visual guy. Okay, you're an artist, visual guy. Don't you know of a rule like 70-20-10%, for example? I'm familiar. I'm familiar. Let's see. Sorry, there's a lot of dead air. I am okay. As for branding, you could come up with some logo, banner, or and its color scheme. Okay, dead air is okay. Maybe include hammer slash mason. Something in that direction. Okay, that's what you mean by fame. Okay. Some type of branding. Some Let me know when you're done speaking. I think I have a response to that. Run your sites through ChatGPT and ask it to evaluate, suggest, etc. So people can remember and find you easy on a website that's more inviting and not off-putting. Okay. Let's see. Let's see. Bring their sites through. People can find me. Just my thoughts. You mentioned your black and white illustration. As for me, I'd rather support that. I'd rather support that. I don't see it as a negative because I'm a manga guy. Okay. Just my thoughts. You mentioned. All right, all right, all right, all right. I already read that. I already read that. Oh yeah, is just my thoughts like the last thing? Last thing you gotta say. I guess I'm thinking what I could add, but as for now, that's it. I guess. Okay. From I'm gonna see if I can like break it down one by one. Um, I think generally your thoughts. What that rings to me is what the conversation we had earlier about the Shueisha shown like weekly jump manga, right? Like what you bring to the table, like what you mentioned, it really just sounds like what makes someone successful is imitating what works for them instead of understanding what actually works, right? Because like the like for the Shonen Jump example, you have all these Western comic guys, indie manga guys. They want to imitate Shonen Jump by creating websites and zines to put their friends on. But the reason why Shonen Jump isn't isn't the reason why Shonen Jump is successful isn't because of the magazine. It's because of the foundation that they created. It's not because of the branding. The branding is the cherry on the what my understanding is the branding, the how everything looks. It is literally the detail instead of the foundation, right? So having the branding is cool, and the branding works when you want to do something like YouTube, I guess. It works when people want to remember who you are. Unfortunately, it doesn't matter for people for in my position it doesn't matter if people remember who I am if they don't know who I am or they don't care about who I am. That's that's the thing that's don't don't judge a book by its cover. No, that's not what I'm saying. That's not what I'm saying. Because everybody judges books by their cover. They just don't know it. But what I'm saying, that's something for you, right? That's something for you, right? Everybody judges books by its cover, and it sounds like I'm saying that uh, in favor of having the branding and the colors down, right? I'm more talking about the foundation needs to be solid. If the foundation is there, it doesn't matter what it looks like. As long as you have the marketing if you have the marketing down pack, like the Tomb Raider example that we talked about earlier today, like earlier in the stream. Um, Tomb Raider, the video game, was sold as a pornography game. Like the Tomb Raider was sold as like a game that has pornography in it. But when people bought it, it had nothing about that. It just looked good. The marketing was good. And like everything that you and the thing about that, everything that you mentioned, it really fits your criteria. It really fits your criteria down pack, right? It fits that criteria. But what I'm saying is I can't really I'm trying to find a better word than marketing. I'm trying to understand the foundations of copy and language, and that's why I'm not like sidestepping what you say about the colors or the themes or anything like that, right? I'm saying like that's not from what I've learned, right? From everything that I've learned about marketing and copy, that's not a huge that's not a huge aspect of it. And plus, I'm small. I'm little. I'm small. I'm little in the grand scheme of this thing of these things, right? I'm stripping down so I have to strip down what are the bare essentials to get this thing moving. The branding, because like I said, earlier in the stream, I said like I basically want to scam people to buying my books, right? And that's something literally no comic artist I've ever said, but that's in the position that I'm in, right? I want to sell them the emotion, that feeling that they'll get for buying the books. And when they get it, just like with the Laura Croft just like with the Laura Croft example, I want to get them the feeling of they're going to get something that's going to blow their mind. And when they get it, it's still something that's very good, so they're not going to complain. That's the angle that I'm going at it from. So I'm not. So it's so the branding, the themes, sure, sure. Every great company has that, but there's okay. Here's the best way to put it. That's the difference. Every great company has that, but those elements does not make a great company. Does that make sense? That's what I've learned from from the learning. Every company has all of those elements. Every great company has all of those elements, but having all of those elements don't make it a great company, because all those elements don't make a great like constant revenue. Don't judge a book by its cover. You can have the best story, but if nobody finds your book or sees your book and is off put it, then no one's gonna read it. Yeah, yeah, it is exactly what everybody does. Yeah. After you lure someone in, then its foundation comes in place, because people don't want to stay and come back unless your story and foundation is actually good. People coming back is not really. I'm not really focused on people coming back. I'm not really focused on that. Selling on a cookie's recipe must be good before packaging or logo etc. Yes, I'm trying to figure out the foundations first of like getting people to sell, not getting people to buy. So like that's why when it comes to like restructuring the homepage, no, I'm not at that yet. But changing the colors and changing the format of the landing page of those individual series, yes, I will look into that. That's why I say I will look into that. Right? Like I'm not even disagreeing with you. My point is both matters. Yes, you're absolute. Yeah, we are. You're absolute. I'm not even disagreeing with you either. Like, yeah, you're. I think that's like the problem with the English language. I'm not disagreeing with you either. Um, both matters, but yeah, both matters. Not. I'm not gonna say but. I'm not gonna say but both matters. Yes, and where I am right now, if I'm going to focus on anything, this is a really good discussion, because having it I just remembered something. Yeah, what you're basically talking about is packaging. Yeah, you're basically talking about packaging. And what I've been doing before is finding out what are the best words to package it. I like my perception was limited in understanding that packaging is just copy. And you're telling me that no, packaging is not just the copy. The packaging is what it looks like. And what was disagreeable about what you're telling me is like saying like I gotta build from the ground up, the include the include like hammers and like hammers, the colors, building everything from the ground up, which is it's really outside of my. No, everything's already established. I got to work with what I have right now. um like I got to work with what I have right now, but I'm absolutely thinking about how can I repackage the homepage to visually to get people to follow through and download. And I think through I think through the color scheme because here's my thing. Here's my thing to you for you to think about. In the perspective of somebody who just sees a Pinterest pin that has interesting art, an interesting copy on that pen. You download and you don't even see the homepage. You just see the landing page of the forget the hammers, the secondary colors first, and not that much time. Forget the hammer. Also the structure. Okay. What do you think about the structure? Okay, so I am interested about. Okay, forget the hammers, the secondary colors. Not secondary, the colors. Colors first. It's not that much of a time invest. That's what I'm. That is what I'm trying to. That's the best way I'm trying to. That's okay. Now, now that we finally at the point that I want to talk about the secondary colors and the structure. What do you think is the ideal structure? Because I don't want to do like before. I was doing like the coffee comics, it was like giving out the free chapters, and I'm like, no, I don't want to give out free chapters because that delays what I want from people, and that is their email. That delays the inevitable. Like I don't want people to get invested in the story. I want that pipeline of people seeing it. They have a base interact. They have a base feeling of I want this now, and then they exchange their money for the story. Like that's what I'm doing. That's how I'm going at it. And that went like mind you, that window is in less than a minute. It's like less than 30 seconds. That window is in 30 seconds. And this is why I'm like I don't know if I can copy off of Coffee Comics, you know what I mean? With structure, I don't mean you must share stuff for free. It's just how it's visibly listed. That's what I'm talking about. That's what I'm talking about, the structure of the landing page. And I'm thinking, and it's difficult for me to like follow Coffee Comics because I don't know if he's like making sales. I know he has motion, but I don't know if that motion is coming from like new people, or just people coming, or is it coming from YouTube? You know what I mean? People that already know him. Because if it's coming from his audience, like I can't imitate that. I don't have an audience, right? If it's coming from YouTube, or if it's coming from like ads, if he had like a financial report, right? If he was like direct and had a financial report and say like I make this amount of money, like I make these amount of sales. If he showed me a graph, and that graph was like, if that graph was like constant, if he was getting constant sales, like I would imitate that. So that's why I'm pretty weary about like imitating him specifically because I don't know the results. It looks good, yeah. Like the motion is not necessarily readers or buyers per se. The motion is not necessarily readers or buyers. What do you mean by that? Are you agreeing with me? Or disagreeing? Or are you just adding a different perspective? Uh, yeah. So that like, I will say agreeing. Okay, yeah, agreeing. Okay. Like I said, my reading comprehension is awful. My reading comprehension is bad. So, uh, I just gonna have to do that. So I'm like, yeah. Um, that's my thing. Like it's because I don't know if it's working. That's my limitation for imitating. what he has outright. Like if I made, I don't know if I can change the, I don't know if I can change the landing page, but if I the checkout page. But here's my idea: if I make the landing page the same colors as the checkout page, that would make it feel a little bit more cohesive. You want an example? You don't need to copy it one for one, but his websites compared to yours is just visually more appealing and doesn't feel clustered. Yeah, whether it's more successful or not is not even my point. That's okay, and that's another thing. That's another thing. That's I'm so glad you added that. I don't care about visually appeal. I care about results. Like that's my thing. We like coffee is like in one specific class, one specific train of thought. My train of thought is I am purely results driven. I am purely results driven. Like I don't care about looking cool. I care about getting results. And if looking cool is hindering my results, I will give it a shot. So that's why I'm willing to like change the colors of the website to change to parody more of the checkout page, because if they're going directly to the checkout page and the checkout page is looking different from the landing page, then that'll make people feel more uneasy. That's a good, like that's my idea. That's my thought. That's what's going through my head. Yes, coffee's website is more visually appealing. That there's no argument there. Perception is reality. Perception is reality. Yeah. Like that's my thing. Of course you care about results. That's not disproving me. Okay, that's cool. I'm not disproving you. We don't even know if he is more successful or not. We don't have the data. Yeah. Yeah, I'm not disproving you. Like his stuff is I'm I say that. I'm not disproving you. Sorry if I'm sounding a little bit more hostile. I'm not. I'm the best way I can say this is we're going for two completely different things. And if whatever coffee is doing is if I know what he's doing is garnering results that I'm looking for, then I would imitate him. That's that's pretty much what it goes comes down to. It's just something you could try. Yeah, absolutely. And see if it's something if the results improve or not. Yeah, I'm absolutely going to do that. And I'm also talking about how I might implement it, because like I said before, if you go through the let me look at if you go through the whatchamacallit. Actually, I remember I got more add to carts when the structure was above the fold, headline, subheader, that like a headline, subheader, a little bit of body copy, first call to action, and then I had a carousel of panels. That was like the second segment, and people clicked on the carousel of panels when it had like add to cart a lot more when I put it in the middle of the landing page instead of the bottom. The reason why I put it at the bottom is because functionally I wanted people to reach the bottom of the page and still click on something and say, "Hey, before you leave, try like buy it. All right, buy it, right?" And I've gotten less for that, but ever since I did that, I gotten less add to carts, but I had more like checkouts, and I want checkouts. But what you were saying is the colors are off putting. I'm not going to imitate his colors, but I am. But if I was going to imitate anything, I would imitate the colors of the direct checkout. And the colors of the direct checkout are white, and the colors that I have on my banner, which is like brown, like dark orange brown. So if I were to like revert back to the the structure that got me like 13 add to carts in one day with the same color scheme, I would check that out. I would try that out to see if that would garner more checkouts instead of trying to figure out the perfect copy. I never said copy as colors. You mentioned your own color scheme. Yeah, true. Reference your banner. Yeah. You dynamiting is wise. I think that's what separates you from other producers. Yeah, thank you. My it goes in one ear and out the other because that took a second for me to process. Thank you. Oh yeah, no. If anybody's going to get like make their own website, Microsoft Clarity is free. Embed that in your website, and it will save interactions on your website, and it's so helpful. If you know how to interpret like the data that it gives you, which it gives me like videos of it gives me like a videos of screen shares of like what people do on the website, what they scroll past, what they look at, and what they click on. Well, and what they click on, right? Because I remember there was a time when I had read more as the call to action, but when I had to read more, even when it was free, people bounced off. That was read more was literally my top call to action that people clicked on, but people did not. People bounced. The calls to action that people used the most, that clicked on the most, was start at the beginning and buy the full story. That's when I was. I put a paywall behind it. The reason why I stopped doing the paywall is because I assumed if I made it for free, more people would download it. And the crazy thing is, no, like if I put a paywall behind it, there were instances where people just didn't mind paying like $2.99 for Chimera Island, and I was like, interesting, right? The reason what I want there, like I can put a paywall behind it, but I don't do it because I want to eliminate that uncertainty because I want to maximize it. So if I copy my banner and not even just a banner, the colors of the checkout that includes the banner, right? So like doing that 80-20, whatchamacallit, 80 like 70-20-10, what you said, uh, it would be white, brown, orange, white, orange, and what would be the 10%? Probably black. White, orange, and black. There needs to be a bright color in there anyway. Not even brown. It has to be black, orange, because brown is just a dark orange. That's why earlier I asked what about the checkout process or experiencing because some people are scammer conscious. I am so glad you said that, right? Because this is what I absolutely want. This is what I absolutely want. Like because I was like going back and like playing back and forth with Claude, and I just really hate the idea. Sounds good enough to me. Yes, awesome. I was going back and forth with Claude, and I was like, oh, what about this? What about that? What about that? And the one thing that Claude would never tell me is the colors. That the colors are off. It would tell me, yeah, you have the banner of the checkout page that matches the brand, so that should be good enough. And I'm like, okay, cool. But having actual humans telling me, yeah, these colors give off scam vibes. I'm like, oh right, because I like it. This is the perfect reason why I do this because and I also don't even trust my friends. That's another thing. I know people say like, hey, why don't you like show it to your friends? Like, hey, I don't trust my friends. like I trust strangers who like don't care about my feelings than like asking a friend, hey, is this look cool? I don't even want to go like I could go to like a Discord server, but nobody's serious about Discord, so like whatever. Um, yeah. So this is why it's so cool. This is a new breakthrough. So if I go back to my history and find the day, I think it was no, I think I know the dates. It was like March 1st to March 7th, the first week of March was when I think I had no from like the first week of March is when I had 100 people, like 90 people, hit add to carts. Mom only gives you milk and cookies. Yeah, yeah. I think like on the first month, 90 people clicked the add to cart, but they left. Like, dude, you know I want you. Did you know I wanted to quit after the first week? You absolutely know. I was like punching holes in my walls, and like I couldn't tell a single soul about it because my dad would be because like if I told my dad, he would be like, okay, why don't you give up? And if I told my friends, they're like, oh yeah, I hope you find it. I hope you find out. And I'm like, I'm gonna. I'm alone. I'm truly alone. Like it's like one of those moments where you like truly feel alone in the world. So yeah, that's what I'm going to that's what I'm gonna try to figure out. I'm nearly done with this page. Let me try see if I can try to finish this page. Let's see. Let's see. Uh 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 uh. Like I can't. Well. I think I'm gonna try to add like shadows where the edges are. I think that's a good. I think that's a good place to add it. Like you have no idea. Like sometimes, like this has honestly been like the best experience streaming, and I've been doing this, and I've been like, I think I had like what freaking streams that goes back to like 2020, and like this has to be like one of the top streams I've ever had. And like sometimes I don't even want to stream because a lot of the times I would just get children, just straight up kids. Like that's like the a difficult thing to do. But yeah, this stream is like it's just one for the books. I mean, and if it doesn't even turn out well, if it doesn't turn out well, then that's like I, I honestly would get a better looking homepage out of it anyway. If it doesn't, yeah, it's like if it doesn't work out, then I got a better homepage out of it, a better looking homepage that looks more like the checkout page. You say that every time you stream. Oh, this stream is for the books. No, no, no. That means you haven't been that means you haven't been to enough streams. That's it. Every time I've been here. Oh no, yeah, yeah. Then you haven't. Okay, then you haven't seen enough of my streams because I have a lot more streams where it's just nothing, just cold nothing, and that's why I stopped doing comics. Well, stopped working on these comics for a while because like people just weren't showing up to the streams. I was more focused on the web, like getting people to buy the comics. Like that was the real reason why. That's the reason why like you thought that I stopped producing comics because nobody really showed up to the streams. And for a while, I did these streams because I wanted to talk to people. and I had to change. I prefer these streams versus the gaming ones you've done. Honestly, I do the gaming streams because like one person goes to those. Like one person talks, one person shows up, and that one person interacts with me. That's literally why I do those gaming streams. I like that shit. Like it really takes one active person. I second that. Yeah, it really takes one active person to get me to continue doing continue doing the streams. And your art looking good, by the way. Thank you. Like if that one guy, if Sketch what didn't show up in every one of my gaming streams, there would be no gaming streams on this channel. That's how it is. That's just how I work. Like that goes to show how incentive based that I am. Like I stopped doing these streams because there just wasn't enough. Not even enough. There wasn't just one person like keeping me company or just asking about this. 0 to 1 is the progress process for all. Yeah, like that's pretty much how it is. That's how it is for me. I only started doing these comic production streams again specifically because I just kind of got tired of writing in my journal, and I wanted a reason to sit in my room not even in silence, but like just talk. Because at first I thought the videos I'd make that was just me talking into the mic would be like good because I wanted to imitate that one guy on YouTube. I keep forgetting his name. His name's Jeff or something. Um, I wanted to imitate that, but then I was like, yeah, just doing that every day, like even batch creating content like that. I'm like, I don't care. I don't get nothing. Like I don't get nothing from it, really. And then I just started doing this because I had to. I just kind of it just kind of came to that point to start working in silence, working by myself. Uh, go at it for like an hour, at least an hour a day. And if I can do it for like an hour a day, then I'm not really that focused on. Like the crazy thing is, like I'm not really that focused on finishing comics anymore. I'm more doing this for being alone. It's like this is basically the replacement to journaling in a way. Because I've been like I said, I've been journaling. This is like my replacement from journaling. So I go here. I can talk while I draw. I remember when I was in high school, my art teacher was like, how do you even do that?" It's like she was she was so confused on how I was able to talk to people around me and just draw, like, and just do this. And she was like, I like drawing. I remember she was telling me drawing takes up all of my concentration. Yet you do it, and like you just talk to people around you. And I was like, I guess it's not just like all, and it's usually, to be fair, it's not all of drawing because this is pretty much me following guidelines. After a certain point of drawing, you're just following guidelines. Hold on. Hold on a second. Hold on a second. Oh man, honestly, that kind of reminds me. It's so funny how like coffee has brought up in the stream again, right? And the one thing about it, it's like, so how Christian are you? How is that even what even is that question? What even is that? You mean do I believe like that? What even is that question? Honestly, I don't like that question. Like, I cannot read a book or on the train. I cannot even read a book on the train. I love, dude. Oh my gosh! I think last month I took a train ride around my area, like a 3 hour train ride, and it was great. I started writing on a train. Like writing on a train is such a great it was so cool. Like it was like going a smooth 50 miles per hour with the train tracks, the rhythmic train tracks, and like the sometimes you would have like light chatter going on in the background, like you're in a coffee shop, and like the free coffee, and that'll just like get you amped up and like get you in the zone. The comfortable chairs and and like with the enough space to like kick your feet up, and then you can just like go to town on Google Docs, like looking at my notes. Like I was writing a novella, right? I only have like one chapter done. I was right, and I think I have the entire thing. You are a not. You are a. Are you nominal? Personally, I am not nominal. Hold up, nominal. Assigning bearing a person's name. Oh, not real. Existing in name only, not real. Oh no. I think the best way I can say it, it's like I don't think I can never. I don't think I can ever not believe in Christ. Right? I don't think I can ever not believe in Christ because like doing this project, it's been such a trial. I have prayed a lot, and it's gone to a point where it just feels like prayers don't work, and it feels blasphemous. It feels blasphemous for me to say that. But even when I feel that, it's like I can never like you better stand on that. Yeah. Like I can never say I can never really it really made me have an idea, another idea when it comes to prayer. Because I don't think prayer is useless. It's just not what I thought it was. I think on a very layman terms, it is a communication to God. Prayer is important because it is a like it is not a constant I it's not like a prayer is not a constant I want song like in Disney movies, right? It just because we are needy, like people are so needy, humans are so needy, a lot of our prayers just turns into I want songs, right? Instead of a form of self-reflection, auditing yourself, and not to say like asking, like because prayer is literally asking, right? That is what it means to pray, right? It means to ask, to protest, right? Um, it is like it is doubly asking and then acting. I ask and I act, and what I and, and it's so crushing when I don't get what I ask for. It's so crushing that like it makes me want to stop, but then I like after I stop, I'm like, okay, how about this? You know, like so many times I'm like, okay, I guess I can't do this anymore. And then after a day, I'm like, I'm bored. How about I try this? Or I go on YouTube and somebody gives me an idea, and I'm like, okay, how about this? You know, and then I just go back on the bandwagon. Like it's so I don't that's why it's such a weird question to ask, like how Christian are you, right? For me it's like like I don't like that answer. I don't like that question because everybody struggles with God is different. Everyone is everyone is Israel. Every Christian is Israel. Every in the sense of yes, like every Christian that accepts the sacrifice of Christ has been adopted as God's children and is Israel on earth, right? We are also Israel in name. Because if you look, because like the definition of Israel is wrestles with God, and we all wrestle with God. This is why I mean that when I say the Bible is like one of my biggest inspirations of writing and literature, because it's so there's a whole like it's like a whole whatchamacallit mountain as tongue in cheek or whatever. How Christian are you? Okay, right. Okay, now you're really understanding. Now you're really understanding. Out of a joke, you like your joke. You're getting more than you bargained for. Yeah. No, I'm literally like I said, I'm literally like this. I'm in North Carolina. It's the South, so a lot of people are Christian here. And as more people from the North are moving down here, you get more like people that are just like agnostic or like atheist or like whatever. And so to the point where even the people who are from North Carolina, they see something like Purgatory Academy and they ask like, okay, so are you Christian? And I'm like, okay, how much do you want to know? How much do you want to know? You wanna... Okay, I don't want to crash your subject, but since I got the chance, what is the origin story behind the bird woodpecker logo? Oh, first off, that is a penguin, and that penguin is my first OC, my first original character, of my first story. His name is Have, right? He was my very first original character, and he was actually he was originally the protagonist of what the story, which is now Chimera Island, right? But and I had this idea. Oh my gosh, I had this idea since 2011. I had Chimera Island. Chimera Island was more or less one of the first story ideas I had when I was like 10 years old. I wanted to tell a story that I thought it was very interesting of seeing all these anthropomorphic characters in a place that's very much Earth, but not really. But it's not Earth because it has like all these like talking animals around. That was like the idea, the core idea of Chimera Island, right? Of like how did it get to that point where you see these shows with all these talking animals on Earth that's pretty much not like Earth, right? And that was the first character that I created. And honestly, that's not even the real thing. He was actually an OC of a character from the Penguins of Madagascar because I was a big fan of that TV show when I was around that age. So that character is my Penguins of Madagascar OC, which I reused for my own story, which I haven't gone to that part yet, which I used for my own story. But if you look at Chimera Island, he's really nowhere to be found because that's not because like it's not really I'm not really because I as I grew up I keep having like a different take of like how Chimera Island should start, right? And that's why you see the four protagonists of Chimera Island that you see right now: the two rabbits, the chicken, and the guy with the falcon mask. But the logo is literally like my like spiritually kind of like my Oswald or Mickey Mouse. He is the very first character that I kind of create. He's the very first OC that I kind of took seriously, from a show that I really liked when I was at that age, which he kind of I wouldn't say he was the real Kickstarter of it because I remember when I was way younger I had another idea, but that is literally lost to time. I have no documentation of it. I have more documentation of that story. It was called actually Have Story. That's what I called it. I have the manuscripts of Have Story, right, that I made in middle school, right here. It's like right on the side. It's always on the side of always at arm's reach. It's always at arm's reach. This right here is like the I used to like write my manuscripts physically, right? And I always have it at arm's reach. Do you have a stream schedule? I would love to tap in more. I think I'm going to focus more. I think I'm gonna stream on Tuesdays, Tuesdays, Thursdays, and Saturdays. Um, I want to dedicate myself to that. I want to do like morning and evening streams. I would like to do that, but I do have commissions. So if I don't have a commission, it's if I don't have a commission that I'm working on, I'm either gonna do a morning stream or an evening stream. So the morning streams are gonna be like it's gonna start around 8 or 9 ish, and it'll go 8 or 9 ish, and the evening streams are gonna be like 6. And if nobody shows up, I'll only stream for like an hour. And then, like the streams only go as far as I want the streams to go be like two like I don't, there's no real limit to the streams honestly because I feed off the energy of the stream of the chat. So like I said, like I plan to stream for only like an hour, but like I can keep going on. It's fine for me because I like this is stuff I'm genuinely interested in, and nobody really talks to me about what I'm interested in real life. So I can just do this all day, really. But that's what I want to do. But usually I don't have a set schedule. I really don't have a set schedule other than 8 a.m. or 9 p.m. I want to do that, but literally just 8 a.m. or 9 p.m. If I don't do it at 8 a.m., I might do it at 9 p.m. And I only do it because I want to keep doing it. And if I don't stream, then I just don't want to do it. But if I do stream, I either am gonna stream at 8 a.m. or 8 a.m. or 6 p.m. That's it. Eastern Standard Time. Anyway, question: how much of your is in that character? Um, Not really. Not really. Not really. And the funny thing about Hafson, this was way before I ever learned about like story theory, like writing characters or anything like that. Right? From what I remember, he wasn't he wasn't even a self insert. He was just a straight man. Like if I were to describe the different episodes that I written, like he was just the straight man, and it was literally the whole narrative was of that story was it was kind of stupid. It's very lame and cliche. It's like imagine Samurai Jack. It's literally Samurai Jack. The more that I experience, the more that I think about it, right? Where but instead of the source of evil sending him to the future to stop him from like killing him, he has an evil twin that sends him. He has an evil twin that sends him to the future to show that uh, to show him. I'm mixing what my original thoughts to the thoughts like that I have right now because I am reusing that idea. Originally, it was oh yeah, the protagonist is bored and he has an evil twin that sends him to a future, and the future is like dystopian and evil and whatever. So he has to stop the evil twin, kill the evil twin. Basic stuff, right? My reusing of it, it's like what I want to do. I want to rehash that plot line being there's still the evil twin, but there's at a point where the protagonist like have is like he's basically a nothing character, not even a straight man. He's a nothing character that feels like there is no purpose of living. There's no purpose of living. Like the entire world is out to hate him, and since these like have is a chimera. This is part of Chimera Island. If you don't know anything about Chimera Island, there's two types of people: chimeras, which are these animal-human hybrids, anthropomorphic creatures, and then you have the humans, right? And the humans are about to kill all the chimeras, right? And the protagonist has something that ignites something in his twin, and he says like, "Yeah, we really shouldn't. We don't even shouldn't exist." or like it doesn't matter if these humans kill us because we aren't supposed to exist at all. And that sparked the twin into going full revolutionary mode. So what he did is just like it's not Samurai Jack, it's more Futurama, where he just cryogenically froze him and said, like, I will, like, if you're not going to help me send my people to the future where we are superior, then I'm going to, like, I'm not going to kill you, but I'm going to put you out of my way, so you will wake up in my utopia. And I don't know what to do with that. And when he gets to that future, he realizes that it's kind of that thing where he made a utopia, so he makes a utopia, but all he want is to die, but the people don't want him to die. So like the same plot of him going to the future, the protagonist going to the future to kill the person who sent him there. But the switch up is the twin that sent him to the future. He's like, I need you to kill me because my people won't let me die. So I guess it turned in from a story of dictatorship is evil to a story of you gotta sometimes you have to let people go. That's what I want that story to be about. But Chimera Island's pretty much the prequel. It's like I want Chimera Island to be told in different stages of the Chimerian people, starting from the island to the future, and that's where the have character comes in. That was the idea. That was the general idea. Referring to no one to talk to is this stuff. To I could talk about this nonstop. Yeah, yeah, true. So yeah, and like even when I write characters, like I don't like they're not really from me. I don't write self inserts. I don't think I'm writing self inserts. The penguin in the combination of your name branding makes the penguin in combination with your name make your whole branding. Your mascot makes the penguin a sculptor, crafting stories, glyphs, stone walls. That's not a bad idea. Like I'll do like that's I'll do that if I like when I reach like I'll think about that. I'll absolutely think about that when I reach like the next stage of what I'm trying to do. That feels like level 2 when I can afford the time and energy to rebrand because they're like I could like the rebranding is always something that's always on the table. Companies do it all the time, and it sucks that they always rebrand for the worst. They rebrand and then they every time they rebrand they make the worst. They make the worst logos. Like they want us to hate living. That's like every time a company rebrands, they want us to kill ourselves. Color theme: white, dark gray 20, orange gold 10. Yeah, that sounds good. But yeah. What else was I trying to say? When it comes to me writing characters, I think with every writer, they find themselves. Like they're not they find themselves and who they write. But how I write, I don't write character. I don't write people. I write ideas. I write the characters are ideas personified, and what the way that I can relate to them is put in what would I say if I was filtered through these different things. Well, this is what I would say if I had this background. That's the way that I write. When it comes to like projects with like Just a Reaper or Let's Go Metal Hero, or I have a co-writer, my friend Matt. He has his own theory of writing characters, and that's why I like writing with him because I bring the structure and he brings the character. So and when you look at Purgatory Academy next to Just a Reaper or Let's Go Metal Hero, you know the stark difference. You might see like a lot of similarities with more similarities with Purgatory Academy and Chimera Island than you see with Purgatory Academy with Let's Go Metal Hero or Just a Reaper. And another thing that's really interesting, right? I started Purgatory Academy was de facto first comic because I was like, if I don't freaking you know what's crazy? I think I said this in the interview on because like the reason why I did Purgatory Academy, it was to test if I was a good writer. Because if I wasn't good at Purgatory Academy, I probably wouldn't do. I probably wouldn't get this far. 1 2 years ago, I randomly discovered coffee, and through coffee, if if it weren't your name in your Masonymous website and the hell heaven themes in your stories, I probably wouldn't have memorized you. Oh yeah, honestly, honestly, uh, pitching to Adult Swim was such an early win. Pitching to Adult Swim have been paramount to my have been paramount to my journey. Not only pitching to Adult Swim, but winning $300 after my pitch. That has been paramount in my journey. And I wouldn't get like the heaven hell 4 years to decide if I well no wait yeah I got my timeline mixed up because I pitched to like I did the Adult Swim thing and then I later pitched it to uh tried out my pitch to what's the flea and farmers markets. I think that's how it went. And like through that experiment, I just learned a lot better. I just learned how to like communicate log lines and such. That log lines that make people remember. You don't remember like, and that's where I'm at right now, right? I don't want anybody like I don't care about anybody remembering my brand. I want them to remember my log line. I want them to remember my product. I want them to download everything first, and then when I get to a brand, yeah, home sweet home finally. Hey, F in the chat, dude. This is gonna be such an interesting playback, such an interesting stream playback. Like I'm so glad I'll be forever thankful to Adult Swim to teach me how to make a baller logline. Those executives giving me game of elevator pitches, it's so great. Them giving me game and just the experience and the idea and like the whole vibe of them wanting me to continue what I do. Adult Swim rocks. They really do. They really do. And the fact like how they that guy who were like, yeah, you need to come back. Like dog, that was such an early win. That was paramount to my ego. That's like, yeah, I can do this. Adult Swim rocks because they don't have to fear success. They, them, they quotation marks parentheses. They hold on. Let me do this real quick. Dun 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 dun. You know what? I feel like you know what? Like if I had an active chat, I might I can feel like I can understand if in the future, right? If I had an overly active chat like Asmongold, I would pull Asmongold hours. I feel like I could pull Asmongold hours. You know, like if the chat was bumping, and it would just be me talking to the chat while working on the comics, giving people game on like what to do, and people giving me advice on how to on like what I might be looking at missing. Wait, hold on. No, I should do one thing at a time. I should do one thing at a time. So how are you doing? How are you doing after the chat? If you will eventually know us, ignore us. Boo hoo 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 hoo. I listen. I don't think I'll ever. Hey, listen. I don't think they'll ever. Never say never, but it's unlikely for that to happen because people don't care about comics. That's like the main thing that I've discovered. Like people don't care about comics. People don't care. like they like art. They think it's pretty. They think it's fine. They think it's nice. But come on now. Come on now. People care about what's active, what's current, what's hip, what's new. Like comics, no, nah, no. Oh yeah, and it's really funny how I think I can never really fully hate coffee. Like I have the right to. I just can't because I don't. It's not that I feel like we're cut from the same cloth or anything. People care about seismotics, semiotics, semiotics. What is that? Yeah, I can't hate coffee. I have the right to. I just can't. Right? Because fundamentally we're just out here trying to do two completely different things. I mean, we want fundamentally this. Well, I don't know. I don't know. I can't really say that. People care about. Yeah, right. I'm reading the same thing again. Because I'm like, I think we just want two completely different things, and it goes back to what I said. Um, like I don't. There are two people that are in comics. People who are serious, and people who are serious about it. They tend to be egomaniacs, and then you have people who are you just want to do it for fun. And I can't be around ego. I can't be around egomaniacs. Like I am, because I'm one. I know I can't be around egomaniacs because I am one. Right? I'm the most egotistical person that I have. Like I'm next to Kanye. I am the most egotistical person I have ever met. Right? And anybody who wants to have an ego with me, I'm like, you're like, who are you? Right? I don't care. Um, but there's the thing is, I can't really. I more power to them. Like everybody's out here trying to do their own thing, and my own thing, my thing personally, is trying to live off the fruits of my labor. Not really imitating like manga, not imitating not imitating Shueisha, not imitating Marvel DC, not imitating other people in the comic market. Like because we're not really in the comic market. If you're on the internet, we're not even in the comic market. Because all we do, the where we're gonna make like where we're making most of our money right now is digital products, digital goods, selling digital goods. And it doesn't matter if it more or less matters if we're it doesn't really matter if we're selling comics. If we're selling digital goods, it helps to have like a little bit of a background, but since nobody really knows how to sell comics like how people sell video games, like how people sell college, like how people sell courses, like how people sell like what Amazon books, be an Amazon bestseller. Nobody's really doing it like that. Everybody, it's either Kickstarter or bust, right? Kickstarter or webtoons. And I mean, if you are like, and you don't have to play this game if you already have an established audience. And the funny thing about me is like, no matter how hard I try, I just can't get that. I just can't get that. So, and especially, oh my god, especially with today's internet, right? Today's culture of internet, where virality doesn't mean anything. Like, the days only get worse on the internet. So we're in a completely different landscape. The landscape is completely new. it's completely the only thing that stays are the fundamentals, right? And if you don't understand the fundamentals, then you're over. It's over. Better build an audience, right? If you don't understand the fundamentals, you better build an audience. And then like if your goal is to be audience first, you're playing a different game than building an audience. Wait, if your goal is audience first, then you're playing a different game than uh product first. And then you building a different game than product first. So yeah, that's pretty much what I've kind of realized. I can't hate him because we're playing two completely different games. Fundamentals of what? Selling online. That's the fundamentals. And I remember from like the interviews that I had with him, I noticed that he's very interested in having readership, like returning for readership. And I'm like, no, no. It's cool if people return, but the at the end of the day, what's important is getting that getting that monthly income, getting that monthly profit, not revenue, because revenue and profit are completely different. Getting that monthly profit, that's the difference. Like he's interested in audience. He's interested in like building an audience. He's interested in getting uh an audience. I'm interested in profit at the end of the day, and that's like just by that we're going to be speaking completely different languages because like my approach is very close. It's very close to scamming. It's very close to con artistry, and it happens that I'm pretty good. I'm like because when people find me, the top of funnel people, they don't know me. They don't know me from a hole in the ground. So I gotta take that to I gotta instead of having that as a disadvantage, I gotta flip that to an advantage. And the people that I know that use that to an advantage are con artists. You see where I'm coming from? See where I'm coming from? Picking up what I'm putting down. Like if con artists can do it, and con artists can make millions of dollars, maybe I can do the exact same thing and not end up in jail because I'm giving a legitimate product. I guess that's my controversial take. That's my controversial take. Let me add the dialogue here, which is not going to be a lot. And then after doing this, I'm going to see what I can do with changing the colors on my website. And then after I change the colors on my website, then I can probably call it a stream. Because like I said, what drives me is like the interaction with the audience. Like this is what I wanted. Like ever since I started streaming, this is like that's what I wanted to do. I wanted to stream to people who are just active and just like say, yo, this is like check this out. What are your thoughts on this? Blah 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 blah. Why why this approach though? Haven't you also mentioned to find ten, uh your 1000? Yes. This approach, I I that's not wrong. I don't do that anymore because of how difficult it is to find that first 1,000. That's the main thing. Like the fundament, like the message of that is wrong. And not wrong, but it's not wrong. I mean, is it really different at its core? Okay, that's why. Okay, no, not really. No, not really. Um, let's say like audience building, finding that first 1,000. That's a general thing to do, and I've been trying to do that through the comic dubs, through streaming, through posting it everywhere, through what have you, right? And the whole con artist, the con artist approach is not really building it up first because I know I'm good. It's just that in the climate of the internet, it's a lot more difficult than it used to be. So I'm just going straight instead of like going from A to B to C, like A to B to C. I'm just going straight from A to C since I know I am good, and in order for people to buy from me, because let me tell in order for people to buy from me, I had this idea that people need to know who I am to buy from me, even though that's not wrong. That's a lot more difficult when you're in a part of an internet where people just don't care. That's just the most difficult part, right? Yeah, the internet just says no. Like, what do you do when the internet just say no? When you try your best and you don't succeed, and the internet still say no. That was basically why I stopped doing that. I gotta build my audience. I gotta build my 1,000. Not only that, I got 1,000 subscribers on YouTube, and check out how many people watch the videos or be on my live streams. Right? There's a lot of effort and the production and the a lot of effort, and the outcome isn't really there, or it takes too long to get to that outcome. And not only that I'm interacting with numbers, most people don't even comment. Not only that I'm interacting with numbers, looking at my only indication of if I'm working or not are the line graphs on YouTube is not equal to 100 paying readers. Yes, that is perfect, really. 100 subscribers is not equal to 100 paying readers. I want that 100 paying readers. But there's another thing. 100 paying readers, 1,000 paying readers. 1,000 paying readers is like it's like my mind is going so long. So like my mind is going like 1,000 miles a minute. Yeah, a thousand views, 1,000 subscribers does not equal 1,000 paying readers. I'm trying to get 1,000 paying readers, and there's an approach of building an audience to get that 1,000 paying readers, right? So I'm saying it's hard for me to even get to an audience of 1,000 people, and translating that audience from 1,000 people to 1,000 paying readers, it's it's like expediently difficult. Like, I don't even know if that's a word, but it is a monumentally a difficult task. So I'm thinking, what can I do to what are the fundamentals that I need to get 1,000 paying readers? Right? Go from here's what I have, and here's what I provide. Not even what I have. Here's what I provide, and and people giving me money in exchange. Like, that's not crazy. That's not a crazy idea. So like my thing is, I'm going to I'm like building up a thousand paying readers from free content. It's just a lot of time and effort, and I'm not fighting myself, my time, my energy, Like myself in two ways. Myself in my mind and myself in my body. Myself in my mind is saying I'm going to do this until I feel like it's not going to work anymore. And my body's like I'm going to do this until I'm tired of working on it. And then you have YouTube or any other social media platform that says you get this amount of views, and these views don't even get like go on my website, and I don't even download anything. I don't even get anything. I never got nothing from posting videos. The only thing that I got as much is people subscribing to my Substack, and then people don't even do anything on my Substack, right? So I'm still trying to get my 1,000. It's just my 1,000. Like I'm not even focusing on the 1,000 anymore. I'm focusing on the bare minimum. Bare minimum. I'm stripping that down. The 1,000 will come, right? I'm just stripping that down to saying, how can I get $175 profit per every 15 days? How can I get $350 per month? I'm not even going at like 1,000 people per month. Like that will come later. That will come after I figure out how can I get $350 profit per month. So I haven't completely abandoned that idea. Instead of like in terms of like searching for an audience, I'm not really as focused on an audience anymore. Ever since I started doing ads, I stopped thinking about audience that may or may not be there, and I just started thinking about what works, what gets me to my end goal as quick as possible. You know what I mean? Like every time, like all of the, I'm like I'm not saying I'm fundamentally different. I am telling you that I am a different person on the coffee. Like back when I was doing the things with coffee, the whatchamacallit, the interviews with coffee. I am a different person because I know different things and I tried different things. If I say like I'm trying this in the coffee comics, this is me now saying I did it. It failed, and now I'm doing this. This is my new goal. This is me stripping everything down to find out how do I get to the bare minimum so I can grow from there. The 10,000 is not a bad like the 10,000. Like I felt so iffy with it because I'm like, yeah, I did say that, right? And like I'm not me, and that's not me saying like, wow, I was so naive because I'm not wrong. Because like that's not wrong. That's like you will get there eventually when you find out what works. That's kind of how it is. You should find sometimes or okay. Let's see. What did I? You're creative and want to be able to live from that. So building an audience isn't that. So building an audience isn't that actually what you want? Here's my thing. Here's my unpopular thing, right? Make money first. The audience comes later. Like that's my understanding. That's where I am right now because honestly, that's really what mirrors when I was selling at Flea and Farmers Market. That's what mirrors when I was at Comic Cons. I did not have an audience. I did not have a booth. For the last Comic Cons that I went to, I just paid the admission fee to get in, and I carried my inventory on my back. I just had a sign that said, wait. I had my comics on my back. I was walking around with this. Asked me about my comics, taped to my shirt like a jerk, like this, and I got paid from that. I got people who asked me about my comics. I gave them my log line. I gave them more if they asked for more, and they exchanged that interaction with money. I made sales by doing that. I would sell this book, Just a Reaper, 150 pages for $40. I was able to show up to conventions with books on my back, my books, my inventory on my back, with this being my only way of advertising, asking about my comics that I just printed from like Staples. Like straight up charisma, straight up just log lines. And people exchanging $40 for this, and they don't even know who I am. Yeah, I make money first. The audience comes later. That is what fueled my direction. Like building an audience in today's internet. Like if it, like this isn't the 90s anymore. This isn't the 2000s. This isn't the pre-iPhone era of the internet. Like all engagement is fake. All engagement is fake. Make money first. Build an audience later. That's what my experience in the real world taught me. Okay, do I know Coney 2012? Everybody knew Coney 2012. You literally can't go anywhere without it. You can't. There was a time and place where you couldn't go anywhere without Coney 2012. Why you ask? Nichefies sometimes are I better than trying to sell it to everyone. Yeah. Um, for some things, for some things, maybe. I tried, but nichifying just didn't work. Just didn't work, dog. I have my the whatchamacallits. I have the receipts. I have my receipts ever since I started up my PayHip, and I don't think a single person bought a book from looking at it on YouTube. By looking at anything that I made on YouTube. A lot of people looked at stuff for free, but nobody bought books. Nobody bought a book from looking at it on YouTube. I made I made no, let me just say this. I made more money selling the book by recruiting people for the Chimera Island whatchamacallit, comic dub. A guy bought two copies. One of the voice actors bought two copies of Chimera Island. When I posted it on YouTube, nothing. Isn't that crazy? So, make money first. Find a way to make money first, then find an audience. That's what that's just what happened to me. That's what I'm learning. I will never I'll never be like a Corey Pinchin or what's his face or Eric July. I'll never be a Coffee Comics because I just can't. I just don't have the ability. The whatever powers that be that has their tentacles all over the internet nowadays. It feels like the powers that be do not want me to succeed. I post my comics, the powers that be do not want me to succeed. So, therefore, I gotta make money. I just gotta make the money first. And the best way I can do that is just like do the ads. And just through the ads, I'm able to A/B test, trial. I'm able to just trial what copy, what X, Y, and Z I can do, and to maximize money, my income, and then maybe when I make enough money, I'll look into gaining an audience. But I can't really gain an audience. That's something that I just cannot do. I tried that for so many years. Doesn't work for me. For me. For me. Um, but I will say most people don't even try. Most people put it on Reddit. They post something on Twitter. They uh they just post their comments on Reddit, Twitter. That's about it, and call it a day. And for very very few people, they find success, and even less people. And like in that, in like half of the, and I'm pretty sure a lot of those few people are industry plants anyway. Not even industry, like sorry, not industry plants, but they already had established. They already had like buzz anyway, and others are probably just industry plants, like and just things that you literally cannot imitate. And then there's me. This is me, a guy with time, a guy with patience. I'm charismatic. I've been told. I've been told that I'm charismatic, but me, I can't build an audience on this YouTube. I can't build an audience on YouTube. Impossible. Anyway, furry niche is strangely profitable somehow, and Facebook attendance is smoke in the air. Um, yeah, yeah. I wonder why. I wonder why. I guess the best thing I can do is like try to learn from industries that sells digital products, like games, like people selling courses. But hey, it's such an untapped market. Like you gotta do something. I can't sit back and knowing somebody is making money off of something that's not really that different for me. It's not jealousy. It's like that just tells me, yo, okay, cool, this is possible. And the fact that people read my stuff, no, if people told me that I sucked very early on and I got no money from it, no traction, no motion from being in the real world, I wouldn't even doing this. Like I go so hard doing this because people tell me I'm good. Yeah. The thing is, like, honestly, Pinterest is I'm not sponsored by Pinterest, but Pinterest is really a goat when it comes to advertising. They are really a goat. The best platform, by far the best platform I have ever used when it comes to advertising. Like like graphic novels and comics. The clicks are cheap. It's easy to set up. Like now, it's easier now to set up something. Like set up Pinterest on your website, then get Google Clarity on your not Google, but Microsoft Clarity on your website. You will be mining that data so quickly for so cheap. Like dog. The only reason why I think the main reason why it's not working for me is because I'm literally looking at I don't really have a real industry or a real person that's doing it like me. I don't know of anything or of anybody that's doing it like me. So it really just feels like new ground. All right, now take a shower. just saw a thumbnail with the title using agron is worse. Agron is worse than being black in the 1800s. Just watching the channel, it's performing 30x. Maybe we should just use the most egregious titles to promote. Yeah, that's just the problem. Yeah, that's just the thing with the internet, dog. Yep, yep, yep. Just the egregious thing. Maybe that's what I'm missing. Maybe I should just go back to my videos and just clearly rage bait and yeah, just clearly rage bait everybody. Like I really couldn't do something like what Coffee does or Clownfish TV, where I just like commentate on what I see on the internet because I just don't care. I'm like the Buddha sometimes, like where I just don't care. I just don't care. I'm like, hey, did you see what Disney did? Oh, did you see what this loser did on the internet? Hey, did you know this? I'm like, I can't do it. I literally can't do it because I can't care. Hey, do you know what this? Hey, take a look at this. Look at this guy. He pissed me off today on the internet. I can't do that. I literally can't do that. Like, there's something like some. I'm sure if I could, life would be a little bit easier. I would grow an audience like a lot easier. That Badanimus, yeah, Badanimus. Like I don't. It's like I'm not a guy that's like, oh man, let's all be friends. It's like I'm more of a guy of saying I just can't. I just can't care. I don't want to be. I don't care about being a good guy. I just don't care. I am the oh yeah, Budotomus. That's what you mean, Budotomus. Budotomus. Cause like, yo, like, just like with the Buddha, like if you as soon as you react, you lose. As soon as you react, you lose. So I can't react. Like, and I. You just have to be like, oh wow, a person's acting foolish. Well, that has nothing to do with me. Whoop. Straight apathy. Like at least Christ had the power to change hearts and minds. I don't think I have that. Like I don't think I have that. Right? And even if I did, I just can't care about petty drama that that means nothing at the end of the day. I just have to force myself away from it. Like I can't like I just have to force myself away from it. Are you talking about the time he sat under the tree? Yeah. Like how sits under the tree. I'm sitting like in my just like how Buddha sat under the tree. I'm just sitting in my room in my desk, just exhaling a little bit. Then you have like the sisters of clickbait tempting me, like the sisters of clickbait tempting me. I react not. Someone says something blasphemous about our Lord and Savior. I refuse to. I refuse. My Lord God Jesus Christ is stronger than any clickbait. Is stronger than any blasphemous title. So I refuse not to. So I refuse. I refuse to interact. I refuse to react. You talking about the? Oh yeah, Mason just sits under the stream. I sit under. Yeah, I sit under the stream. It just flows through me. The clickbait just flows through me. I refuse to. I refuse to interact. At the very least, I think less people should talk on the internet. Well, that's just me. At the very least, I don't think some people should just have read only access to the internet. Some people should just not. Freedom of, like, sometimes I just feel like freedom of speech should be more of a privilege. you know, you know what I mean. But other than that, I'm like, you know what? Yeah. I refuse to interact. I refuse. What about Christian? What about Christian extremist reacts to sinful video title? I don't react. New me. uh, oh yeah, that's gonna be my new thing. Christian extremist. No, a real Christian extremist would be like, yeah, dude, why is this person even talk? Why is this even in my face right now? Like, why does this person have the access to the internet? Why do I know about this? I can't do that because all of my streams would just be me saying, "Why do I know about this? Like, get this out of my face. I don't care. Like, get this out of my face." Let's see, go like that. Dead. Bam, bam, bam. All right. Let me just do the sploosh. Uh, 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 uh. Let me see if I can find a good one. I think I should have it on top of everything. It's gonna be a white pen. Splat. Yeah, it's gonna have some bleed, but oh well. Gonna have some bleed. Another one for the books, and then after this, after I save this, this is ripe to. This is ripe for. No, I feel like that's more of a. There we go. This is ripe for posting on the internet and hopefully getting people to, hey, download this, download it, da 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 da. Have you seen the bookworm opening AI controversy? What's that? Explain that to me. Is it like an AI video of people opening up their books and finding opening up their books and finding worms in them, but they're all AI videos? Or is it the controversy where people are finding out that people are reading AI books written by AI? Because I've heard about the second one, and honestly, that give me that controversy. Seeing people like finding out they bought books that's AI, I'm like, dude, there's hope for me yet. And I'm not saying that I'm writing my books. I'm having AI write my books. I'm saying people will buy garbage if the packaging is good enough. I'm like, dude, if people are buying AI books that's straight up gobbledygook garbage, there is hope for me. No one can tell me anything. No one can tell me anything. Like, how can I be a bestseller selling my comics? Well, AI nobody over here scamming people. Like, I can win. But yeah, what is the AI bookworm opening? What is the bookworm opening AI? Yo, how's it 2 p.m. already? Let's see. What's my Wow, that's pretty good. Third season of anime and the oh. Third season of an anime in the OP with the AI, and they got caught. They said, we will change, but it's worse than the AI one. Oh yeah, I saw that. I saw that. That is. This is also why democracy sucks. People really don't think. This is like if you look in the back and forth and seeing what like the AI and the real one, it's like yeah, I get like AI has its issues, right? Right? I'll be the first one to say that. But when you see that intro, I saw that intro and I thought like, "Oh, I absolutely know what vibe they're going for. I absolutely know what vibe they're going for. All that the tarot card stuff. And when they took the AI out, it didn't look finished. It just didn't look finished. And I think that was like one of the few instances. Like you got to ask like, what did they use AI for? Right? It clearly wasn't for like the main drawings. It was for like for the backdrop. And not only that, they have like I'm not trying to say leave the billion-dollar company alone, right? Like they absolutely had a vision to use it. And I'm gonna be real, nobody looks over anime with a fine-tooth comb like that. It's low anime is low art. It's like come on now. I'm not trying to and don't get me wrong, I'm not trying to say leave the billion-dollar company alone, right? But I mean they clearly rushed. Yeah. Billion? No, that's just the meme. That's just the meme. Like leave the multi-dollar company alone. I don't want to like. It's clearly rushed. It looked better with AI, and not only that, it was a background thing. It was a background thing. But honestly, sure. I don't feel I don't feel strongly for one way or another, and that's not sexy. I think a lot of people should have that idea. If they're like, it just looks bad. Like, it would be one thing if they said, yeah, this looks bad. But the other thing, it's like, it's AI, therefore I hate it. And that's two completely different things. There are, like, if you go online and you look at AI slop, like, you can tell that it looks serviceable, but it's dumb. It has no direction. It's the sole purpose of AI slop is for engagement bait. It's like Indian engagement bait, right? And therefore it just doesn't make anything cool. And I don't think even AI bros or right wing bros, they can ever create anything meaningful with AI. right? Because they don't have the direction for it. I think what they did was used as a tool, not for a foreground, but for a background. And I don't mean background as in like landscapes, because if everybody used like landscapes for backgrounds, then it's going to look ugly. When you see an establishing shot, the beauty of it is the establishing shot, right? It's I think everybody's like everybody's crying over that the icing on the cake isn't ethical. That's what it sounds like to me. like 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 people aren't looking at the character designs, the animation, the backgrounds of the tarot cards, and like it was done well because like when you look at baroque work, like a lot of baroque artworks, it's so detailed to the point that the detail is the beauty of itself. You know what I mean? The detail is the beauty. The fact that your eyes can get lost in patterns is the beauty of it. It's not the work. It's not the work that goes into it. It's the effect that it creates by looking at it. And people are just missing the forest for the trees. And I get that. I get the slippery slope argument, where if we're going to be okay with that, then we're going to be okay with things that are much worse. And I'm like, people already like garbage. Me personally, I'm like, people already like garbage. Like Hayao Miyazaki, right here, the most unlikable guy, the most unlikable guy in the industry. He would like, I 100% agree with the sentiment that film, the problem with film is that it's gone to an audience so broad. This is him talking about Disney, by the way. The reason why he hated Disney movies was because Disney made the audience goers, the audience. Sorry, I was looking at the reviews. I shouldn't be doing that. Disney made the audience of film goers broad, in the sense of the people who watch Disney movies are not people who like film, are not people who like the art. Film and like film was for people who liked it, right? People who saw the art form of it, and it happened to be profitable. Especially with animation. When Disney hit the scene, it just became like a popcorn thing that invited everybody who didn't care about the medium. This is through a filtered perspective of Miyazaki, right? And anime is an extension of that. Anime is just a product, which we talked about earlier in the stream. It is just an advertisement for more product of the manga, of toys, of things that are cheap to produce and you can sell at a premium, right? And when it comes to the uses of AI, it is a natural progression of that. And I'm not saying it as a defeatist tone. I'm saying it as a guy who looks at Western cartoons and it becoming a shell of its former self because it abandoned its audience of boys ages 8 to 12, and like that audience makes it produces the great stuff. Audience for boys 8 to 12, it creates stuff like SpongeBob, Fairly Odd Parents, the first 3 seasons of Adventure Time, regular show, regular show. What else? Like the greatest Courage, right? It creates that audience is like prime audience of like people who instinctually knows what is cool, what is great. So I bring that back to saying, yeah, it's they're trying to make something that looks the best for the widest amount, the biggest audience, so they can make return for the product. And also, the anime is not even a product for not only just a product for the manga, it's a product for the DVDs. So it's just people being fake, like people just being mad for no reason. They think it's they think it's for an ethical reason, but at the end of the day, it is a product. So whatever. I think the AI tools are slowly becoming are being slowly and organically implementing in works. Ever Every 1 or 2 years, like however 1 or 2 years ago, it changed because everyone can create something good enough for a placeholder. Yeah, but what I think is I think the rejection of it comes from fear of production producers in general public thinking being okay with slop that does not care about the artistical values or inherently symbolically work together. I'm gonna be the first one to tell you nobody cares about that. Nobody, nah, nope, no, 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 no. No, 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 nope, nope, nope. We passed that. We passed that. Like AI didn't bring it. We just passed it. I think America was pretty much the first one to do it in the ever since the 80s when we outsourced all the cartoons that we make to Japan, to Australia for cheap labor. We passed that. It's gone forever. Yep, it's over. Yeah, it's been over. It's in American, like speaking in America. Yeah, it's been over for decades. Nobody cares. And then you have like what animation, like adult animation, the whole subcategory of adult animation, made specifically for. And I remember I had a rant about this before, and the reason why adult animation looks so bad is because like adults are self-conscious about what they watch. Because if they watch something that's visually appealing, they're going to be afraid that's going to be for kids. And you want to know what? They're absolutely right. Because kids, they love cool things that looks aesthetically appealing. For an example, the Joe Camel mascot, like the from the cigarette company. I remember watching a video long ago talking about a documentary of a lot of kids. They could tell you who Mickey Mouse was, they knew who Ronald McDonald was, and they knew who Joe Camel was. And if you don't know who Joe Camel is, he was a camel mascot for a cigarette company. And what made him so unique and cool to kids because his whole character was a cool. He was literally just the embodiment of what's the word? Self confidence. He oozed self confidence. He had cool things. He had a cool leather jacket, nice pants. He had cool cars. He was around cool people, and kids are like, I like that. That's awesome. So I'm saying that to wrap it all around. Yeah, people don't care. The only people that care about the artistic values and the inherent symbology of anything are they are the minority. Manga, like anime, is not made for them. So if children like visual appealing stuff, my 7-year-old nephew will love Berserk. He probably would. Uh, he probably he probably would. A lot of kids in the 80s, like a lot of kids in the 70s, like they grew up with like R-rated movies. Like kids, like they're kids will like horror stuff. Kids will like things that are cool to them. If he sees Berserk, like if he sees Berserk and he sees like a guy like muscles roided out taking out huge monsters, a kid's gonna be like, hell yeah. they're gonna be like, "That's awesome. I want to be like that. I want to be like him." Like every Mexican watching Dragon Ball Z, they see Goku, and I'm like, I need to hit the gym, and I gotta be like Goku. You know what I mean? It's it's almost psychological in a way. Will they like reading Berserk? Probably not, but they'll like what it looks like. They'll like the images. They'll look at the pretty pictures. And that's pretty much what the majority of people that's what the majority of people interaction with media is. They like looking at the pretty pictures. It's for and it goes back to what Miyazaki hated about Disney. Disney made film accessible to a, a general audience. An extension, that's what anime does. Uh, that quote that wasn't even that's not even attributed to him by saying anime was a mistake. Well, he did. Well, Miyazaki really did had a quote talking about anime in this book. Um, and he said that the reason why he hated anime specifically was that anime was just an imitation of an imitation. Anime it's written by people that have not experienced anything real in the world. All it is all anime is people imitating what they saw from other people. Anime was a mistake quote. I believe it was. Miyazaki doesn't like anime though, but I believe that was a misquote. But the reason why he hates anime is because people don't really think that it's real. Like he doesn't really think that people who create it have experienced anything real, so um they have no standing of writing anything or creating anything. All they see is other artworks. So they imitate what the other artworks that they see. Um that's him. That's what he thought. That's what he thinks. And in a weird way, yeah. Yeah. Everything's just an imitation of an imitation. And it works. Yeah, remember? Yeah, it's like in the American sense, every adult animation, like the biggest adult animations have just been family sitcoms. It's all of it's been an imitation of the Flintstones. You got the Flintstones, then you got the Jetsons. Decades later of like people things that people don't care about. Then you had The Simpsons, Family Guy, American Dad, Bob's Burgers, Cleveland Show, but we don't talk about that. You said Disney made a film accessible to the Hunchback. That's what Miyazaki said. Yeah, yeah. That's what. No. Unironically, that's what Miyazaki said. And like after reading the book, I'm like, I feel like if I ever met Miyazaki, I wouldn't like him. But I will forever respect what he did and what he wants to do. Like if I can sum up Miyazaki in one quote, he's like, Miyazaki is like, I am a miserable guy, but I don't want the future generations to be as miserable as me. That's his entire filmography. I don't want children to be as miserable as me. That's his entire filmography, and I will forever respect that. I will forever respect that. I'm a miserable guy. Life screwed me over, but I don't want children to be as depressed as me. And I'm like, you know what? That's real. That's so real. You have the Ugly Duckling anime from early XX century. No, I don't. I don't have that. Uh, Did you save? Oh yeah, I saved. I'm pretty much done with that. I let me go on to. I'm gonna see if I can change the colors on my website real quick. I want to see if I can stream it without giving too much of my information away. Like I'm already doing something. Uh, where are my tabs? Where are my extensions? Yeah, so I can like yeah, so I can agree with Miyazaki when it comes to anime and what Disney the effect of Disney entirely. Okay, let's see if I can make the bet. Oh wait, hold up. I'm gonna change the default color scheme. I'm gonna make it. I'll just make everything white. Well, well that didn't work. I'll make the backgrounds white. Got it. I'm gonna make. Ooh, that's gross. That's disgusting. All right. First Mickey animation, 1928, I think. Like, oh my gosh, why is it so bright? So freaking bright. Ooh. Okay, I'm gonna see if I can change it. If I can, this should be fine for me to stream. This looks fine enough for me to stream. Properties. I'm going to stream this. Like this is what it looks like. This is what it looks like for me. Let me change the store style, colors. Let me go back to default to color scheme. Why is the text light? Why did they do that? Okay, okay. I'll do it one by one. Who cares? Do it one by one. Like whatever, right? Um. Okay. So let me. This will be my shining star, my morning star, or whatever. My north star. This will be my north star. Like everything in these colors. Well, not yet. Not yet, actually. Let me see if I can find the hex color of like of this right here. And the way that to find the hex color, I will take a sample of the color, copy. Yeah. But Miyazaki, he is a fellow. He is a strange fellow. Okay, so let's see if I make the background color this hex. Wait, this hex. That's not the color I want. What? Okay, here we go. This is the hex. So it fits. Is I'll make that the color. All right, so this is going to be my North Star. So if I edit the colors, the text just needs to be black. All the text needs to be black. Like the preview isn't really that quick, that nominal. And I gotta figure out why is it like this. Oops, wrong thing. Dang. Okay. Okay, let me restart. Reset to default. Yes, reset to default. Cool. See what it looks like with light. This. See what happens if I do light. I guess it's not changing. Ugh. How about trying to turn the white text within the dark button into orange gold? Turning the white text within the new dark button. Hmm. Try this. Oh wow, okay. So it's not so this is not universal. Alright. So turn the white text within the new okay. Let's try this color. I'm just stealing this from like let's go Mellow not Mellow Hero, but this is the gold I have on hand offhand. No, that's not the color. No. Stop being annoying. That's it. Oof. Okay. Okay, there's two states. There's a stationary and then there's the secondary. That turns that into that. Okay. I need the text to be darker. Like I don't know why the text isn't completely black. Change that. Yeah. Hmm. Dang, why is all the text different? Yeah, this isn't. I'm not gonna. Hmm. If the white seems too bright, maybe try cream beige. Yeah, I gotta try something like this because this seems fine. I think it's like because of the darker white over here. And it's crazy because I can't really interact with this. The so I have to follow the lead of this. And if the okay, where I read that. The entire section. See if I can change the hover to on the text state. I'll change it to this. or, or that dark color. I wonder if what happens if I imitate this color, if I just steal this color. So it will feel a little bit more united, harmonious, even. Okay. Try this background. All right, it is the right. Okay, though, so that's the right background. Right. Oh, this, yeah, that's better. This is way less eye strain. Way less eye strain. Hmm. Yeah, I'll leave that alone for that for a second. Honestly, it already looks better. I would add the gold color to some of the stuff as accent color. Background color. No, I don't want to download now. Stupid. Um. Yeah. That text. That border. That. Let me change that. Let me change the border color. Like that. That paper gray. Or have the border color the. Yeah. Let's repeat. Like the add to cart. Background. Bam. Border color. Shabam. What's the text? This. Oh wait, what? Come on now. I guess the download now is not really doing it, so I can't really do that at the moment. Battery debt. Okay. Actually a good idea. The yellow letters. Thank you. Like I can't really change this because this is a. Well, I can change this, but I have to like go to a different place. I don't know why the download now is like. Let me see if I can find it. Secondary. Is it this? There we go. We'll have the background. Uh. Wow, that's even harder to see. Okay, I'll make it. Oh, that's not right. Hmm. I'll make the text. Uh, here. And I'll make the border gold like that. Yeah, I'll make the border gold like that. Easy. There we go. It has an elegance to it. It has, yeah, it has a weird type of royalty elegance to it. Let me change the link colors. Yeah, just like that. Like this is only for this page, I believe. So like so if I go to other pages, it'll be completely different. So I might have to do it for everything. Oh hey, what? I guess not. Just for certain things. Much more inviting. Hey, I paid. Like, listen. When it's a good idea, I listen. I listen. To be honest, my logo palette is black, white, and that yellow. Hey, maybe it's the colors of comics. Oh wait, I don't know that. Download now. What a shame I can't really make this yellow. Actually, I guess I'll make this text. I'll make the text white to match this. If it has like a background like that, I gotta make the text white to match it. What do you mean the button? What are the buttons? Oh, I can change the buttons to be like pills, be square, be rounded. Score changes, who cares? Don't really care about that. You're getting comic royalty when you click. Hey, that's what I'm talking about. That's what you mean. I mean, I can also switch. I can completely switch themes, but I don't think that's the problem. That's literally not the problem. That's window dressing. A theme might work, but I don't like it. I don't want to get too bogged down in the details. Wait a second. No, it was like this. Text being like this. The border being this. Background this. Text being this. Well, really? What was the border? What was the last border that I did? There's a little like I haven't done this before, so it's a little bit confusing. Oh, the navigation links. I do. Yeah, they'll probably stand out. What does this look like on mobile? I mean, it fits super well with Chimera Island. Website. What's website builder? What's going on. Okay, try this. Okay, so I had a white background, black text. All right. think I can remember that. So with this, it was I'm looking at the secondary button. The background was that cream color. The text was dark. Why is it not doing that? That's the secondary button. I'm looking at the secondary button. The secondary button. Oh, that's the border. A background. Text like this. There we go. So with the secondary button in the background, we'll have that. The text will be yellow. What would be like that? How about the secondary button for the hover state? What was the text? Really? Okay. Second. Oh wait. Okay, primary button hover state. I'm not even reading right. So the hover state of this will look like that. Text will look like. Oh wait. Primary button hover state. It'll have the background. It'll basically be inverted. I think that's how it goes. Comic, download. I think the yeah. I think the text should be white. Unfortunately, just to match, just to like have that consistency. I'm trying to match the consistency. Unfortunately, because I can't change the color of the text over here. I can only change the color of text over here. So I guess what I'm sort of doing is conditioning the viewer of the pattern, the design pattern. So like when they click this with something that looks like this, it's going to feel the same. Like just training the audience. Okay, secondary button. The text with a background like that, the text needs to be white. That's just the limitations that I'm working with. Oh my gosh. It turning yellow when like the hover state, that looks pretty sick. I kind of like that a lot. Hold up. That's pretty clean. When it hovers, the text turn yellow. Okay, text turn. That's pretty clean. Okay. Save. Let's see if it changes. Back. Well, I can't really publish. Fine. Let me go back. Okay, it's kind of different for everybody. Some things carry over, but not everything, fortunately. Store style, colors, start editing. Hmm. Download net. No. Stick with the. Gotta stick with the code. Stick with the code. Okay, that checks out. Yes, yes. Let's go, Metal Hero. Let's see that. See this. Remember the code. 5 seconds later. What was it again? Unironically, yeah. Okay. Okay, now everything's looking good. Everything's looking good. Secondhand back alley to hot spot shop. Okay, let's see if I can mess with the color scheme of this one. Oh yeah, publish. Let me just publish this. Editing. I like that. Instinctually. Okay, the background opacity. Go. We'll save. I'll try to do that for everything to make it a little bit more uniform. Maybe I have a terrible design sense. Graphic design sense. Save. And did it too, because I kind of don't like it when it's bright like that. But I'm pretty much prone to dark colors. Besides, I want it to be the background. Like the logos aren't dark enough to warrant something like that. It really has a Renaissance style to it. You like how some Renaissance paintings they have black backgrounds, but the characters are highlighted. That's what it kind of feels like to me. Yeah, because all the logos are very bright. Purgatory Academy, Metal Hero. Let's go here. Chimera, let's go Hero, just a Reaper. Save. All right. All right, that's it. How long have I been streaming? I've been streaming for 5 hours straight. All right. I was thinking about streaming. I was thinking about streaming again for for 6 p.m. But I think this stream is alright. I think this stream is good enough. I think the stream is good enough for today. I gotten two things done, two whole things done, two whole things done. Black background and faded edges, maybe. I don't know if I can do that. I don't know if I can do that. But anyway, I appreciate the chat, the help, keeping me company. Finally finished another segment for Let's Go Metal Hero. I think what I'll do next is a segment for Just a Reaper, maybe next, because I think Matt did the thumbnails for the first couple of pages. No, no. Maybe I'll do Purgatory Academy next. If you're gonna call it a day, then God bless you, Mason. Good luck on your comic storytelling journey. Thank you, Jiggle. Thank you, Jigs. I appreciate your thoughts. Thank you, F in the chat. May, thank you so much. Angel Lewis. Was LeMay even here? No, I think LeMay wasn't here. Jigs, Angel Lewis, F in the chat. Oh yeah, LeMay was here. I know I remember seeing him. Y'all take care. Peace.